Yes, people, welcome back to Let's Talk Premier League. We're here for an update on the European Super League. Plenty to discuss, plenty of statements, a lot of anger, and the big six clubs really are treading on water at the moment. But how are we all doing, guys?
Good. I just joined like a second ago.
About Jose against that today.
Yes, there is news about that as well. There is news around that. Anyone who supports this is going to have me to argue with, so I do look forward to this. I'm beyond raging, absolutely raging. Look, there's two ways to look at this for me. If you lot stay, then we still get no money, and if you lot go, we still have no money. So really, it matters to me very little what is decided, really, because Argyle don't see any money because we're in League One, and the big boys can't live without their billions of pounds every month, or their free hand job from the FA or Premier League. But there is plenty of statements that have been put out today. UEFA's president with a very sort of, it's a shocking statement. He has lambasted all of you, like not the fans obviously, but the clubs. Also, there's news apparently around Jose's sacking, that apparently it was to do with the Super League. How much of that is true, I don't know. With Daniel Levy, the PR spin could be absolutely anything. That man is one of the best at it. But we'll start with Seferin, who is the UEFA president at the moment. UEFA is working to ban breakaway Super League clubs and their players from its competitions as soon as possible. They're having a meeting tomorrow regarding this. The statement is, let me try and find it. He said, "We will take all the sanctions that we can, and we will inform you as soon as possible when we have a clear answer about it. But my opinion is that we must do that as soon as possible. They have been banned. They have to be banned from all our competitions and the players from our competitions," which is mad. He was asked about whether they should be banned from obviously domestic leagues. This is the decision of domestic leagues, but we are in contact with them, and I'm sure they will do the same sanctions as we will do within the law. Of course, we will work within the law always, and within institutions. Seferin said there was still a way back from the clubs, but vowed he would never agree to a deal where the Champions League fed into the Super League. "I didn't say that we're not allowed to come and talk, that they are banned from European football forever or something like that," he said. "It's nothing personal here. Maybe with Agnetti, it's a bit personal because I know him more. But for the rest, I don't want them to come begging us to come back. I just want them to respect us." Now, he also had some choice words to say about Ed Woodward. Now, we all know who Ed Woodward is, and yeah, he's your big boss man, mate. I like to now call him Dickhead. He's Dickhead number one. On the United chief Woodward, Seferin said, "I didn't have much contact with him, but he called me last Thursday evening saying that he's very satisfied with the reforms, that he fully supports reforms, and the only thing he would like to speak about is financial fair play." Not that United would ever put money into their own club anyway. And obviously, he already signed something else. Well, RJ, we'll start with you being a United fan. What do you make of Ed Woodward? I think he's a class A cunt, but
I mean, you're not the only one. I can tell you for a fact, if you ask any United fan, they can give you the exact same response, probably even worse, let's be honest. Look, I mean, this is what I expect from Ed Woodward. He is a snake. He's a businessman. He gets what he wants. Well, he'll do anything what he wants, to be fair. But look, I have a lot of opinions about this scenario, about Super League and all that. I was talking to a lot of friends who are against it and who are for it. Good arguments on both sides, but just to answer your question about Ed Woodward, I mean, he's been at the club for like 8 years, and like it's been absolute crazy. I mean, this guy, he's been ruining our club, and yeah, fingers crossed we can try and find a way to get these like American owners out of here, because they don't know anything about football, to be fair. Because if you ask Ed Woodward about like a football, he'd probably say, yeah, American football, I'd say, to be fair, or that's probably the Glazers, but regardless, still get them out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Matt, you're a United fan. What do you make of Woodward?
Woodward's just an idiot. He doesn't know nothing about football. But he does take a lot of the blame for what the Glazers do as well, to be fair. So he's the one that everyone targets, but it's mostly the Glazers. The Glazers they have known nothing at all. They thought Martial was like their next Ronaldo at one point. They didn't want to sell him because they thought he was their next Ronaldo. But yeah, no, they're American football people. They're not actually football people. They're more into shit like that.
I mean, no, there is an exception with that. You know, Pence is a good United fan, right? It's just the owners.
No,
do you mean?
No, I didn't say. I said that they're more American football people, like what's it called, NFL.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, fair.
Super Bowl. I wasn't talking about the American fans. I was just talking about them.
Oh, sorry.
They used our money.
RJ chose violence today.
Yeah, he was ready.
It was a bad Monday, boys. Bad Monday. School's got me. School's got me bad.
They used our money to buy Tom Brady as well.
Yeah.
That's not really the point, though. The point is what he's doing over here. We have pretty much. I've done very well. I've pretty much got a fan from every club. Well, that's affected. Obviously, we've got RJ and Matt, who are scummy United fans. Sulz is Kroenke lover. Shed End is obviously Abramovich's bitch. Dakir is a Spurs fan. We've even got a City fan, and we've got an Everton fan, because Everton can represent slightly different views. We haven't found any Liverpool fans. They're currently watching blood football.
Oh, no. Merseyside Red fans. Merseyside Red fans.
Oh, yeah, Merseyside Red. But BT have made a statement. Now, this could be quite important in the grand scheme of things. They're saying BT recognises the concerns raised by many of football's leading voices and fans, and believes the formation of a European Super League could be damaging effect to the long-term health of football in this country. As a sport broadcaster showing the Premier League, UEFA, club football and National League football, as well as being lead partner for all home nations football teams, we strongly believe that football makes a significant positive contribution to people's lives at every level, and this needs to be protected. Jack, what do you make of BT's statement there? Basically, not impressed with what they've seen.
Well, I'm personally not going to take anything seriously from any TV provider, because they're just annoyed that they're not getting any more money. That's their main incentive here. So I'll hear stuff from like pundits and stuff, but Sky and BT just want more money, and they're annoyed that their money's getting taken away. They're not moral about this either. They've been giving all the money to the top clubs for all this time as well.
Yeah.
Trying to get when often do you see on Sky, except for in this pandemic when they've had to show every game? Before now on Sky, you only saw the top six. Occasionally you saw like when Everton had a big game or Wolves, but it's just all top six. All the branding is the top six. It's everything. They're just annoyed that they're losing their top guys. BT are losing Champions League as the main thing as well, because all of the rights are going to go to America, because it's all American money and everything. So I think that they're mostly annoyed that they're losing a lot of money here, but they've not done anything to help the other 14 that much at all, really, until the pandemic when they've been forced to. So I think that's mostly their incentive there.
Yeah. Sulz, what do you make of BT's statement?
Typical, isn't it? It's like the thing is, right? Obviously, they know they're going to lose a large proportion of their revenue, because no longer can they charge fans the fees that they're charging. And don't forget, right, in the pandemic, BT wanted to charge £15 or £10 per game. Don't forget all of this as well. They're just as greedy fuckers as anyone. Sky Sports are greedy. Sky Sports are the greediest motherfuckers, right, in the planet. They still want £40 per month to watch football, when other countries, right, are charging £5 for everything, for every sport. Yeah, these TV companies have no right to come out and demand anything, or to be like, oh, we don't really agree with it. Yeah, as soon as they fucking say to you, yeah, here's the rights to the Super League, they'd be jizzing all over it. They wouldn't even sign it. They'll just sign it with jizz, fam.
apparently Sky have already put in a bid for it, which
Exactly.
lasted a while.
Of course,
But look, I respect Gary Neville for everything he said, because he's really attacking all of them, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, but they should be doing this. That's the thing. And if they wanted to buy, why are they putting bids in? Why? And also, if they had any, why all of a sudden, because all the heat is there, oh, let's jump on it. Not the fact that you wanted to charge us £15 for a shitty Burnley game.
I was on about Gary Neville, not Sky.
Yeah, fuck him as well. Because he's making a killing off Sky Sports anyway. If he really cared, he'd leave Sky Sports now.
Sulz, he's been a part of an independent group trying to get financial controls in the Premier League for about 12 months.
Yeah, but he's still, as soon as a pundit job
So
comes up,
you want to tell someone who's
all over it.
You want to tell someone who's been trying to get financial control back into the Premier League to fuck off. That's a bit weird. Like Gary Neville is arguably one of the only pundits who works his ass off.
But the minute the pundits are made their living off football anyway, they're rich enough to do what they need to do.
Gary's never said anything about not having money in football. He understands that he's made a living off it.
But the same energy should have been given when the pandemic happened and we weren't able to watch certain games, and they were charging us extra.
Sulz, I have to pay £10 to watch iFollow if I want to watch a shitty Argyle game in League One.
That's
so
the thing.
Be thankful you only have to spend £40 a month to pay for an entire Sky Sports
40 quid maybe. Then we've got BT to also pay for. Then we've got Amazon if we want to watch Boxing Day game. Then there's a lot we have to pay for. You choose to watch I choose to watch Arsenal. We pay what we pay. We also have to pay the highest ticket prices. We choose to pay that because we support those clubs. I'm not bothered about how much people are paying. It's not about competition of who's paying more. But what I'm trying to say is, collectively, we've all been ripped off by these companies. That's the facts. Mm-hmm. We've all been ripped off. Because how is America being able to watch every single game? Even don't forget, 3 o'clock kickoffs weren't a thing until the pandemic. They were paying a $5 for all this. We didn't get that. We were missing games if we couldn't go to watch a game. So they've all made the decision, and they're still working for them as well.
It's not ideal, but I do think Gary Neville is one of the good ones that actually does stick up for the little guy. I know he's spent a lot of time working for likes of Leagues 1 and 2, trying to get us some money. He was a big reason that Project Big Picture didn't get really off the ground, which would have killed pretty much every club in the Football League. But we've got fans that are covering basically all bases, whereas I've got to represent 72 clubs. So I've got a good fight here. But Russ, we'll go to you next. What do you make of BT's statement about all of this?
I don't think any of these guys can sit there and try and take the moral high ground when BT and Sky were trying to charge people £15 to watch a single game in the middle of a pandemic.
Yep.
We're in a pandemic. People were struggling. And I mean, people were out there struggling. People couldn't work. People were, desperate. And these guys were trying to charge us £15 to watch a single game of football. And, for some people, football is their life. That's what they have. That's what kept them going. And especially during the times that we were in. Football was one of the things when that came back. You know how much happiness that brought to football fans when we got football back. And they tried to take advantage of that and charge people £15 to watch a single game of football during the middle of a pandemic. And, I don't think UEFA or FIFA can sit there and try and take the moral high ground on this as well. Because
I don't think anyone should be taking the moral high ground.
UEFA have tried to create a Super League in the past themselves. And it failed. Okay.
I don't think anyone should be taking the moral high ground apart from me, because our clubs have done nothing wrong.
FIFA have spent years trying to expand the club's World Cup. FIFA have just sold a World Cup to Qatar. We're going to have to watch a World Cup take place over Christmas because they've sold a World Cup to Qatar, and that's all it was. It wasn't just we've decided for the good of the game that we're going to put this sport. It was money. We all know that it was money. And now these guys are going to try and.
Are you trying to tell me Sepp Blatter did this for money? and not out of the kindness of his own heart.
I say low set power.
That ain't the Sepp Blatter I know. The guy's a lovely guy. He always had the best interests of football.
And now, at the end of the day, these guys are now going to try and sit there and get on our side and say, "Oh, we're with you. We don't want this to happen either. Football's for the people." Blah blah. You're just as bad. They are all to blame for this as well. This wouldn't have come about if it wasn't for FIFA and UEFA and Sky and BT. They're all to blame for this. And, the fact that they're going to sit there and everyone's going to applaud them and say, "Oh, well done to these guys for speaking out." Well, why? Just because you've suddenly decided now that you've realized it's going to cost you money, that you're against all this sort of thing. If at the end of the day, if they were running this, if UEFA or FIFA had created this league, they wouldn't be batting an eyelid. They'd be doing exactly what the people who have created it are doing now. And the same, it baffles me that they can sit there and try and take the moral high ground and be on the side of fans when, they're the reason for this. They are what has caused this. They are just as greedy as all the clubs that are involved in this. And it's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Matt, what do you make of BT's statement?
I agree with what they said, but obviously they're not saying it for the right reasons, and they don't have our best interest at heart, but they are getting our point across when they have money behind them. So we can't really do much. They're the only ones that we can really rely on to stop this, if you think about it realistically. So we do need them coming and stuff like that, but they're obviously not doing it for the reasons.
Yeah, it needs to be the right people speaking who haven't really tried to damage the game too much. Joe, what about you? What do you make of the statement from BT?
To be honest, other than the stuff that's already really been said about it, I just think it's pathetic from them. Honestly, there's nothing else I can really say. Half it's been covered, but it's just pathetic that they're now trying to fight on our side when they've never been for us, and it's always been money swayed.
Yeah, no, I get that. Does anyone have a different opinion to what's already been said on BT, on the statement from them?
Or say something nice? No.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
We're all speaking facts.
We'll move on then. Apparently,
actually, you know what? Actually, the only thing that can actually fix this from the TV companies, if tomorrow they come out and say every single subscription is being reduced, that's when I'll be like, you know what? You're doing it for the fans. If they don't do that, then what's the point? You can I can make statements about, oh, look at me, I'm a saint, I'm looking out for the fans. But if I then just go and raise the prices like they do every single fucking year anyway, who are you doing it for? The fans or for yourselves? So until they don't do that, everything they say, they can keep saying it because it's just bullshit.
Yeah. You know what, Sky are going to make a new channel. They've already got 10. They'll make a new one. They'll make it free for a year, then they'll make you pay for it. That's what Sky are going to do in the situation.
Yeah, like they do now. So you can either get the full package for like, I don't know, $100 billion a year, or you can buy individual one for £1 million a year. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. And then do you know what the even more stupid thing is? You have to buy all these Freeview channels for £22 a month, and then add the Sky Sports on top of that. They don't give a shit. They'll do anything to make money. So until they don't change that, it's not going to change. They can make every statement in the world. It doesn't make a difference.
I agree with that completely.
As well as what Sulz said, is either Sulz or Russ said it. In other countries, it's £5 €5 for all sports, right? I watched like loads of sports on BT, on Sky Sports as well, right? If that was the case, it would be no problems. And I think that, obviously, yes, we understand you have to pay a tiny bit of money to watch with the sports. We understand it, but if you're charging people, like, let's say, right, so I have to pay for BT and Sky Sports to watch the sports I love to watch, that's going over probably €100 a month. Like, that's, there has to be a fine line between, what's right and what's wrong. And clearly they don't know what their morals is right now, but they need to get a wake-up call very shortly.
I think everyone could do with a wake-up call, to be beautifully honest.
I think the sad thing about this is that fans were willing to pay this to watch their teams, And I think that says everything you need to know, is that shows you how much we care about this sport, is that fans are willing to go out and spend, 100 euros a month of their own money that they had to work for just to make sure that they can watch all their team's games. And now, they're trying to take advantage of us to such an extreme that it's finally bubbled over, and now we're getting this reaction. And how long can they keep trying to just milk us for everything we've got? It's ridiculous.
Do you know, that's why I think there is a large proportion of this fan base who probably aren't going to be against the Super League, because if they then come out and let's say they bring a channel, let's say they go with DAZN, let's say that seems to be the front runner of who's going to get the rights, and they charge for the entire league £5 a month or £10 a month, everyone's going to be like, you know what, they're doing this right, because they're not ripping the fans off. If the ticket prices are regulated right,
but you have to do it. You have to be. There's many things that is going on with this, so we have to be very aware of the consequences to everything. For the top 6 clubs, it will be good, but there's a lot more than just the top 6 clubs that we need to focus.
No. What I'm trying to say is not that. What I'm trying to say is that it'll show a lot, right, about what this, because a lot of people's opinions will change once these prices come out. Because if they've then gone and actually done it for the fans, as in they're not ripping the fans off. If they go do it like the NFL or boxing, where they charge thousands and thousands of pounds for certain seats, and if you want to get this sort of access, you've got to pay, then 100% it's going to be all greed or money. But if they go and turn this around and go and say, you know what, it'll be like a £5, there'll be a lot of fans who'll be like, you know what, actually, fair play to them.
You're missing everything I just said there in terms of we need to be aware of what.
But they don't care. That's the thing. They won't care about what happens to football. They care about what happens to them.
But this stream and what we're talking about will care about that. So we're going to look at everything, not just obviously the benefits for the top 6.
So if they make the clubs relocate. Genuinely don't surprise if they make the clubs relocate. I reckon they would genuinely do that. They're twisted. I think they'll make everyone move to America or like Dubai or something. So that
100.
I hope they don't use the cities' names that they're currently named after, because I hope Boris copyrights all of our city names now. I hope he does that. Liverpool now becomes Liverpool FC, and that's copyrighted to the United Kingdom. I hope he does that, because then the name isn't there anymore. So you can't use the name that English football's built for you, because that's essentially what's happened. English football has built these names up, and now they're going to get used in a way against us. Velvishwan saying FSG turned our symbol that we that have represented our club throughout history into a brand. That's one way of putting it. Cowards, a lot of them doing it in the pandemic when half the people were asleep. Yeah, I mean, I was awake until about 4:30 in the morning doing a stream on it. So some of us were still awake for it. Now they're just telling everyone to go fuck themselves. By the way, this does not regard to majority of City or Chelsea fans. I'm seeing fans defending their owners, saying it's not their fault, they're being forced.
100% not owner's fault.
Wait, what?
It's betrayal.
The last time I checked, there wasn't a gun pointed to their head to force them to sign the deal.
Yeah.
It's quoted fear of losing out. So they're not.
If you can find me a picture where Roman Abramovich had a gun held to his head and he's having to sign that contract, I'll forgive him. But until
he's
then,
Russian, fam. He ain't gonna have no gun to his head.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I make sure there's nothing like that.
It does happen. You're going to want to be in it than not in it. So there's no way they're going to want to miss out on, because if this does go ahead, every club who's not in it are going to basically become irrelevant in a way, because everyone's going to, outside of the UK, everyone's just going to be watching the Super League now. So you can't get left behind. That's probably where Daniel Levy's probably been working for the past 20 years trying to get us into this Super League. Like the original document 3 years ago, we're not mentioned once, and now suddenly we're in it. So he's been working his little bold head off trying to get us into this league because he just doesn't want to lose out on some money. It's pathetic.
The Champions League next year looks very historic, to be honest. A few old names back into it. From the Spain, from La Liga, Sevilla, Villarreal, Real Betis, and Real Sociedad will qualify. In England, 3 teams. I'm not sure if West Ham have been in the Champions League before. If someone knows if they have, but 3 of them have been in the Champions League within the last 30 years. Ours would be Leicester, West Ham, Everton, Leeds. I'm not against that. Italy is Atalanta, Napoli, Lazio, Roma.
Yeah, they were.
All of them have Champions League pedigree. In France, it will be Lille, PSG, and Monaco. And Bayern will be in Germany will be Bayern, Leipzig, Wolfsburg, and Frankfurt. So, but there's an important bit is no German side is actually doing this, mainly because 51% of their clubs owned by their fans.
Yeah,
true.
So that's what I'm saying. Every owner in world football, if was invited and had no fan influence like most of our clubs do, would accept. That's a fact. I think
the UK government are looking at trying to adapt that sort of ownership. Late. No, I think they're going to try and do a way of doing.
The big clubs are gone. The big clubs are gone. The only thing it's going to do is just going to protect the future clubs who are coming up. But the thing is, this should have been done for a very long time.
Potentially, we'll get to the UK's statement because the government have been quite quick back. The other news is FC Porto confirmed they have rejected the Super League invite. So, again, not every owner.
Legitimate. But they're the only legitimate club who probably have.
But not every owner is doing this. FC Porto president Pinto da Costa confirmed they have rejected an invitation to join a breakaway Super League as they cannot participate in anything that is against principles and rules of the EU and UEFA. Reports last night claimed Porto could be one of the additional 3 founding clubs which have yet to be announced. So what's everyone make of Porto? Just saying now.
Well, what's their share structure? What's the structure like? Does anyone actually know?
I think they're just owned by an owner.
I think for the non-founder teams, they've got to have seen the backlash and had a brain and thought, you know what, I don't really fancy that happening. So they've pulled out because there was the whole day yesterday. It was literally warning from literally the government, UEFA, all of the leagues. That said, if you do this, it's going to be big trouble, and they all did it anyway. So
yeah,
just they're that greedy that I think there was a statement today from one of the American 3. I don't know which one when they said, "I don't really care if we leave the Prem. It's just life."
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
The owner of Porto is Jorge Nuno de Lima Pinto da Costa.
All right, so it's an owner. Fair enough.
What I would say about Porto is it's kind of surprising because I have a friend who supports them, and they said like they were going through a really bad crisis for transfers, and that's why they sold us Alex Telles for Man United. That's why, they were going through a really bad crisis. And to be fair, the fact that they're going through this bad time and they're not accepting this huge deal that could potentially make them rich, this shows you how good that club is. Especially, I think greed. We all can say that our clubs are greedy, and we all know that now. Let's be honest. And I think most of we kind of knew that already. That look, if you gave our clubs about £5, they'd probably pick it up on the ground as first thing they could do. But no, in general, it just fair play to Porto, but at the same time, it just shows you just how bad we are in general. That a team from Portugal, the back arse of Portugal, is rejecting the Super League. So
also has more morals than half our clubs. But Professor, obviously you're a City fan. What do you make of Porto's decision not to become a part of this Super League?
Thanks very much. Good evening, everybody. I think it's a bold step by Porto. I think they had the foresight to kind of think that they would receive a lot of backlash for doing this. And maybe there's something to be said about perhaps they would rather stick around and try and have a crack at being the big boys again for a change rather than going into this so-called Super League and become, with all due respect to Porto, the whipping boys.
Yeah, I mean, Arsenal and Tottenham are about to become Europe's whipping boys, which I'm sure is exciting their fans deeply. I think,
Jack, for Arsenal, it was a case of, behind the scenes. I mean, and no disrespect to any Arsenal fans here, but this, particularly towards the end of Arsene Wenger's time at the club, that this mentality of this God-given right to be a big club, to be at the forefront of the title race. But, as we said yesterday and we've said before, Arsenal haven't really dominated European football. They can't legitimately call themselves one of the biggest clubs in the world, just as, you know, my team, Man City, can't. And perhaps finally they realise, you know, the league position doesn't lie. You know, they're barely scraping into the top 10. They don't, and it's a feeling that they don't enjoy, and they simply want to be in a closed shop club where they can, you know, massage their own egos, measure the size of their own, you know. Don't know if I can say it's not post watershed, but
it's okay. It doesn't matter on this YouTube channel.
Sure. Measure the size of their measure the size of their corn sausages, but you know, it's you know, that's basically what it is. You know, these so-called big clubs, you know, the Arsenals, the Spurs, you know, AC Milan especially, I reserve a lot of criticism for. You know, this is a team who haven't been in the Champions League, you know, if I'm correct, for more than 10 years now, and basically they just can't stand seeing the facts. You know, teams like Dortmund, Leipzig, even PSG doing better than them. You know, it's this mentality of, you know, it's like you get, you know, we said yesterday how you get these old boys networks, you know, of people who went to the same boarding school, the same university, wanting to do each other favors in the real world. It's just like that. It's the likes of AC Milan saying, you know, we still want to be relevant. We still want to be the big boys. We don't want anyone get crashing the party, and we're going to do something about it and kick the ladder away for everybody else.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Shaden, what do you make of Porto deciding not to join this group of tossers?
Okay, I'm looking it in two eyes. Okay, four eyes. I have two, of course. I'm looking it in two different perspectives. The first one, maybe they're just a good club and they are well run and they don't want to be part of this Super League that everyone is painting it as a bad thing that is coming to football, apparently to ruin football. And or maybe they are just intimidated by those statements that were made by UEFA of banning them from Champions League and domestic cups. Yeah, so maybe they are just intimidated. They are a small club. We've talked about their problems financially, so maybe they were just intimidated, and they decided to just relax and see how this one goes. Maybe they'll come back later and join. You never know. So trying to look at it in different perspectives.
Well, being a fan of a smaller club, we're used to intimidation. We get it from six big boys every single year. Our owner tends to just tell them to fuck off by the sounds of it. But Jack, what do you make of Porto actually having a soul?
I mean, fair enough to them. We don't know whether they were going to join or not because they were rumoured to, and they might have just seen the backlash and backed out, but which I respect still. I even respect that. I respect that sort of cowardness more than being an absolute prick, to be honest. So, yeah. Because, I mean, Portuguese fans, I feel very strongly about football, more so than we do. So I feel like if any Portuguese club signed up, it's going to be war. Like, there is going to be a bomb in the streets or something. Like, it's going to be crazy. So I respect that a lot. I also respect what the German and French clubs have done as well by not even getting involved, because it's a stupid idea. I mean, if they'd have approached this concept to UEFA and tried to work something out, if they really wanted this format, they could have done that. But this is just a money ploy. And when we get into it, we're not even going to invest. It's just going to be a cash cow for us. There's no way in hell we can win it. So what's the point in us even being there? How are we even there in the first place? Like, I genuinely don't get it. Like, I was doing some research last night. Every club in it has got a minimum of 6 league titles, and we have 2. And then most clubs there have more than 10. We have 2, and we have no Champions Leagues. I don't know how we're here. I'm lost, to be honest. And I'm just glad that Porto had some morals as well. So,
yeah, no, I get it. Joe, I can't even remember who I've gone to now. Joe, what do you make of Porto and what they've done?
I think what they've done is they've looked at the fans. Honestly, and because at the end of the day, what are Portuguese fans gonna actually want at the end of the day? They're gonna want to watch this Super League where Porto gets slapped every year, don't do anything, because let's be honest, Porto aren't gonna do anything in the Super League against Real Madrid, PSG, United, Liverpool. They don't do anything, even with this massive cash influx. So I think the board have looked at that and been like, okay, well, what's the point? It's like genuinely, what's that going to bring to the club as it is? Like, yeah, more of a worldwide range of fans coming in, but other than that, the homegrown fans, because Porto big on that homegrown feeling, like all the English clubs who haven't gone into the Super League, so like your Everton, your Aston Villa, they're all based on homegrown fans more so. And I think that's the main reason why they haven't turned around and accepted this offer, because it's going to kill their club.
Yeah. No,
More so.
I totally. We had a good chat last night about why a lot of these people, a lot of these clubs just aren't going to touch it with a barge pole, because a lot of the fans are local. Like, they're based on local support. There is no worldwide fan base. Like, for our goal, we have a lot more fans in Plymouth than we do across the globe. That's a fact. And that's why a lot of these clubs I don't feel will touch it. I mean, we spoke about Everton, and I'm confused by City. Really confused, because a lot of them are local traditional fans that go grab a pint before the game and all of that. But Russ, what do you make of Porto?
I think, if they've done it for the fans for that reason, or for the sort of moral grounds, then, fair play to them. It's a very big gesture for them to do, especially for their fans, and especially when you consider the amount of money, the figures that are being tossed around at the moment to do with this Super League, then, they deserve a big round of applause if that is the reason. But, obviously I don't know what the structure of the club is like. I don't know specifically who owns it, and whether this is a one-man decision or whether this is a decision that, includes the fans, or... But, I mean, it could be that, they're not involved because of the fact that, there's been such a backlash from fans, and they don't want to just be involved in that at all. Or it could be a case of they know, like has already been said, Porto aren't going to be the big boys in the Super League. Do you want to put your club into a league where they're probably going to get slapped around, and also, I think it could also be a case of, if they are the teams that are left in the Champions League, they could have a much better chance of winning the Champions League. Are they looking at it as a case of, do you know what, we could go to the Super League and get slapped around most weeks, or now we could stay and we could really sort of edge our bets, and we could have a much better chance in the Champions League?
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. Next, I want to get everyone's opinions on what the president of UEFA said about players being banned from all competitions. That would include, and there's talks that they're going to start from this summer for the Euros. So, RJ, we'll start with you. Obviously, Ireland being a tiny little nation, what do you make of UEFA banning, or potentially wanting to ban players from international tournaments or any UEFA run tournament?
I mean, I don't know what you're asking me about Ireland, to be fair. The only player that we truly have is, like, in the Premier League is Callum Robertson, who plays for bloody West Brom. Let's be honest, they're going down.
You have Kelleher, so Kelleher won't be allowed to play for your country anymore.
Matt Doherty as well.
Oh yeah,
it just sounds so even worse. Like, every player that you say, in general, it's just... Look, I don't think they should do it, but at the end of the day, I mean, look, if we're looking at the England side, because let's be honest, majority of people here are going to be supporting England in the Euros. If that does happen for you, like other teams are going to be kind of screwed, to be fair. I kind of fancy other teams like Hungary or something like that, who have nobody to rely on. But no, to be fair, it is a very bold statement by him, and I think that's kind of what he's trying to do, is kind of like set a threat, if you know what I mean. Just kind of like, if you don't listen to us, this is what we're going to do. But I don't think they're going to stick to the word. I mean, they rarely do. Let's be truly honest. I mean, they will probably ease it. Probably they'll say, all right, look, we were a bit harsh one time. We'll ease it right now. So you never know how it goes, but that's how I see it roughly. I mean, you look at the way they did with rugby. I mean, they did that at the start when they made the Pro 14. It was literally Connacht, Ulster, Leinster, all that, and other teams in England. You couldn't play for your squad at first. Then they changed it up. So, it can go either way, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear that. Sulz, what do you make of the fact that your players won't be allowed to play international tournaments anymore?
Do you know what, Niall? Yeah, you know my thoughts on this, because we stayed up till about 4 o'clock in the morning talking about how we're going to do this whole Europe concept. We had all these ideas. I'm sure Russ was like on Photoshop making all thumbnails, and it fucking down the drain. Got all fucking down the drain. It's literally like what they've done is turned around and gone, yeah, all that sacrifice you've done as a content creator, all that sacrifice you've done, being a passionate fan, just like, haha, fuck yous, like, go fucking do on, lads. Yeah, stay awake. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. It feels heartbreaking, because Euros is something we look forward to. The World Cup is something we look forward to. First time, yeah, like, do you know what? Yeah, it's funny, because when we look back to like the last competition, the World Cup, it's coming home. The nation got together. Like, man, it was fucking brilliant. Like, you didn't care who was next to you. You were like, it was even the video of when like Trippier scored that free kick, that iconic video. All of that now just feels like it was something that happened. It was once upon a time when football was football and the fans were the fans. It's disgraceful, because as much as I don't. The concept of the Super League doesn't bother me. It's the way it's being executed and the way it's being done. And I think for me as well, yeah, I've always had that dream and ambition that one day I'll play for England, one day I'll play for the likes of Arsenal, or I really wanted to be a football player. I was in the academies, and I've played at levels where I've been part of these institutes, to then just be like, you know what? Do you know who I feel sorry for? Not these players. I feel sorry for the kids who are coming up. The 9-year-olds who woke up today thinking, fucking hell, like, what does that mean for me? That's who I feel sorry for. Because forget money, forget everything. Every ambition and dream you had, like, as even if you're a parent watching this, for your kid who watches, who's passionate about football, driving up and down the country, because I know someone who does this right now. I work with someone whose kid's in the United Academy, and he's telling me as well, he goes, I remember, like, we wake up at like 6 in the morning, to go, do training, and, go drop the kid off at training grounds, and this match and that match, and their whole life is revolved around dropping the kids off to football games and etc., to them being like, well, what the fuck happens to us? That's who I feel sorry for. The international football's fucked.
Just to jump in, it's fucked. Leeds 1, Merseyside Reds 1. Carry on.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Like, because the thing is, like I said this yesterday, I don't know what, because the players will have to wait. The thing is, I know people want these players to jump on it straight away. They can't do that because it's a PR nightmare for them. They have to strategically come out and actually do this right. That's the problem. They have to do it right. They can't, because
we'll get into. There are some players that have spoken about this.
Yeah.
Maybe not made a statement, but they've definitely signalled an intent.
Yeah. Because I know Bruno Fernandes retweeted. I can't remember who, but one of I think it's Podence.
Yeah.
And but anyways, on the point, right? For me, it's just shattered everyone's dreams, because this golden generation. Look, you can think whatever you want about the players I'm about to mention, but Bukayo Saka, Greenwood, Smith Rowe in the future. We've Balogun, if he ever does commit. You've got the likes of Brandon Williams coming through. You've got Mason Mount coming through. You've got Todd Cantwell, Ebre Eze. That's the talent England had. The new era of golden generations. The people got to watch Lampard, Scholes, and Gerrard. This is our golden generation. Because I was young, but I understood that generation of Beckham, Scholes, Rooney, Owen, all of these. But this is the one I'm going to be able to tell. Like, if one day I have kids, tell them, but that's been snatched away. Every dream that any English fan or any international fan had been snatched away from them. And that's the heartbreaking thing.
Do you understand why UEFA have took this stance, though?
The thing is, I get it because they want to prevent things from happening, and this is the biggest statement, and this is the biggest thing they can do is to prevent players from joining these clubs or wanting to take part with these clubs. I get it, I really do. But do you know what it is for me? When I woke up, I said it's an inevitability. This is going to take place. It's about whether you accept it or you refuse and be in denial. This is going to happen regardless. The backlash has happened, and guess how they responded? We don't fucking care.
Well, I think we'll wait. We'll see what happens in the coming years. This certainly isn't going to be dealt with quickly. But Joe, obviously, all your players can play for England. I look forward to seeing Ben Godfrey, Pickford, and others putting on the England jersey.
James Coleman.
That's going to be my question. If these big players want to play for their country, they're going to have to not play the Super League.
He's the England captain.
Do you think that these players might see the likes of Everton, the likes of Leicester, even West Ham, even possibly Newcastle, if they actually ever get owned by a good owner? Do you see these players looking at these going, well, they're not as big, but there's still a lot of history within them? I mean, Everton are a very successful club, as is Leicester. I mean, do you think these big players might go, well, I still want to play in the Premier League, I still want to play for my country? Do you see your club as now becoming one of them exciting prospects for these players?
Yes, pure. I can see a lot of players wanting to leave and teams deciding to just completely and utterly get rid of them. Like you can see that the boards of these teams don't care. Like as you saw today with the sacking of Jose Mourinho, a few days before.
With the Super League.
Oh, come on!
I don't
you
think
got to be able to see through the PR. It's Daniel Levy.
All the reports were about what's it called? Him not wanting to do training with the team purely because of the Super League thing. But if clubs can just go ahead and go, oh, you know what, Jose Mourinho, go away. We don't want you anymore because you don't want to go to the Super League, stand with the vision of what the board now want for the club. What's going to stop them from just releasing players at this point and just going, okay, we're promised this certain amount of money anyway. We'll join in and we'll just buy new players. I'm not going to give two single fucks at the end of the day. They're making money. The players who don't want to go, don't go. They're not just going to stop themselves making money because a few players turn around and say, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
So I can see a lot of players wanting to leave purely for that aspect.
And the fact that Everton have already got the likes of James Rodriguez within their team suggests to me that a lot of these big players can look at the likes of Everton and Leicester and go, fuck it, why not? Like, this is a great opportunity for me. I'd personally be very happy. But Professor, think about this. Phil Foden turns around and goes, nah, I don't want to be in the Super League. I want to play for England. I'm going to leave City. Do you respect him for doing that? Or is there going to be a bit of resentment that he's come to that decision?
I mean, obviously, as a City fan, I'd be devastated if that happened. I think Phil Foden is not only one of City's brightest prospects, I think he's one of English football and global football's brightest prospects. But ultimately, you know, as Sulz said, you know, like every young, you know, boy or girl who plays football, you know, their dream is to play for their country and one day play in and win the World Cup. And if he's not going to be able to do that staying at City, he'll simply just go wherever the opportunity is, you know, as we do in any walk of life, you know, whether it's with jobs or, you know, anything, we go wherever the opportunities are. And if City stick with this absolutely absurd decision to be a part of this nonsense, you know, they've got to face up to the reality. They could potentially lose some key players. But yeah, I mean, it's you know, Sulz, again, you made a great point. You know, 2018 seems like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it? That summer, you know, that whole football's coming home. You know, we were so close to winning the World Cup, and then, you know, we were optimistic, you know, with the Euros. Obviously, it had to be postponed because of the COVID. But I mean, I just hope, you know, for, you know, whilst they try to sort things out between UEFA, FIFA, and this European Super League, that maybe they postpone the start of it for a season or two until they get their heads together. But another point I wanted to make, and it'd be great to hear all your opinions on this and people in the chat as well, is, UEFA have now rubber stamped their revamp to the Champions League, which, I'm not happy about. I mean, it effectively gives a rite of passage to, the underachievers like the AC Milans, like the Arsenals or whatever, who get in there because of their historic, inverted commas, historic performances in the past. I mean, could you imagine if moving forward, FIFA said that every past winner of the World Cup gets to qualify automatically? That would it just takes away the whole value of the World Cup.
Well, the thing is, I think FIFA have tried working with these clubs to prevent this. And this was a way to allow Arsenal and these other teams to be guaranteed sort of Champions League football. But they've decided to go to a Super League because it's more financially beneficial. So the
whole point of playing in the Champions League, it's about being there on merit. If Arsenal haven't been playing in it, Arsenal haven't been in it because they haven't been good enough. And I think,
but they don't care. They don't. The thing is, these smaller clubs that have failed recently, they still have that entitlement. They still believe that they're entitled to it. I remember United being in Europa League. Guess what? You're entitled to Europa League because that's what you got, right? You fucked up the Champions League. Now you have Europa League. That's the way of life.
It was like when Harry Redknapp was manager at Spurs, and I remember him actually criticising, the Europa League or the UEFA Cup, not taking it seriously. What position was he in to turn around and say that? Because Harry Redknapp had won 5 Champions Leagues or something? It's ridiculous. And I've forgotten what I was going to say now. I've just been so consumed with this. But you get to play there on merit, and this is just about these prima donnas just trying to protect their own egos. I remembered what I was going to say now. Can you imagine if Leipzig had won the Champions League last season? You would have had people at Real Madrid, Barcelona, PSG, Bayern, even City, Arsenal, United, Liverpool would have just been screaming behind the scenes that this team, or even Atalanta, these small teams, Hoffenheim, if any of these teams had actually gone all the way and won the Champions League, it would have been a real, blow to the establishment. And simply put it, they just don't want that anymore.
Yeah. John's saying, he sums that up brilliantly. Check this. You're in a class, most of the popular kids decide to piss off and go homeschool, whereas you and the rest of the regular kids are now the popular kids, thanks to the ESL. I mean, that's summed up Everton, West Ham, Leicester. But Russ, what do you make of UEFA banning these players from their competitions?
I think people need to sort of take a step back and just think about the players and the fact that these players were not consulted about this decision. These players had no say whatsoever in their club's decisions. They weren't warned, from what we've been told. None of the players were even warned that this was coming. None of the players were spoken to, consulted about. And, I think it's really sad for them because, at the end of the day, they've probably all woken up today as well in the exact same situation that we're in, wondering, well, what happens next? Has my chance to play for my country been stripped from me? And, we're outraged and upset just as fans. And now these guys, they're the ones who have done the hard work and are going to play for their country. They're the ones who have spent their lives building up to being able to play for their countries, and they've done the hard work, and now there's a chance that that's going to be taken away from them from a decision that is completely out of their hands. How would you feel as a player waking up this morning and think, I might not be able to play for my country anymore? I might be removed from a tournament that me and my teammates have just busted our balls to get as far as we can. It's bad enough for the fans. I'm sitting here as a Chelsea fan looking at news saying that, there's a chance that we could be excluded from the Champions League semi-final. you know. And Noel, you know, you've had Chelsea fans on here. You know what that meant to us to get where we are now in the Champions League. You know, I haven't seen Chelsea fans as excited as this in a very long time. You know, we were so excited about where we are at the moment and the new manager and how things are going for us. And now I think all of that has just been bang. It's been taken away in one evening. And now everyone's left wondering, well, where do we go from here? What happens next? There's no answers. And I think, you know, for the footballers, that must be probably even worse than it is for us fans. Yeah. You know, at the moment, they've probably not got much more information than we have. They're probably told, sit tight and, you know, we'll discuss things with you when everything's, you know, set in stone.
They've had some conversations. I've got some statements we'll go into in a bit. Apparently, one chief executive was given, and they quoted, a lukewarm reception at best, which suggests to me the players aren't over the moon by this. I'll let you all guess which chief exec got a lukewarm reception from the players. But Shedend, what do you make of UEFA taking this decision to ban players from their competitions if they go into the Super League?
I think they're just mere threats from UEFA. It's something we're used to. Apparently, Super League clubs are looking to go to the court and contest that decision. And I think I don't know who will win, but yeah.
Well, they won't win because unfortunately in the rule book it is quite clear that you can't join an unsanctioned league without permission from the FA or the Premier League. So they can go to court, but I'm not sure it's going to be a benefit to them.
We'll see how this one turns out. And something else I wanted to add. Look at UEFA's fight against corruption and racism. What have they done? Nothing. It's just sloppy fines and make bans. I won't be surprised if this Super League thing doesn't go through. These clubs will be fined like 40K. Yeah. So I'm used to these jokes with UEFA, where something is done and it's wrong, but what do? They just give those sloppy fines and those make bans to players, you know? Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if...
I think this needs to be more than a fine. I think we need to, if this doesn't go ahead, we need to deal with this in a way of shutting it down for good. Because this has been mentioned far too many times. And it's not just what it does to the Premier League, and we'll get to some of my concerns that I have being a fan from an EFL club and why this could be potentially damaging to us. But yeah, empty threats, UEFA are quite famous for them, aren't they? But next I want to talk about what the government have said. Now, the government, this is from Kate Ferguson. She said, Super League breakaway football clubs could be hit by a windfall tax and visa crackdown to stop them. Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden warns, we will put everything on the table to prevent this from happening. There is a statement from him. I do have it here somewhere. I believe it's this one. It says, Madam Deputy Speaker, football is in our national DNA. We invented it. We helped export it around the world, and it has been a central part of British life for over a century. Football clubs aren't just businesses. They define communities across the country. So along with almost every member of this house, I suspect, I was appalled by the announcement made late last night that a handful of clubs are proposing to form their own breakaway European league. These 6 clubs announced their decision without any consultation with the football authorities or with the government. But at worst of all, they announced it without any dialogue whatsoever with their own fans. It was a tone-deaf proposal, but the owners of these clubs won't have been able to ignore the near universal roar of outrage from all parts of the footballing community over the past 24 hours. This move goes against the very spirit of the game. This is a short sport where the teams like Leicester City can ascend from League One to the Premier League title in under a decade, earning the right to go toe-to-toe against Europeans heavyweights in the Champions League. Instead, a small handful of owners want to create a closed shop of elite clubs at the top of the game, a league based on wealth and brand recognition rather than upon merit. We will not stand by and watch football be cravenly stripped away of the things that make millions across the country love it. As a conservative, I believe passionately in defending our nation's institutions and rich heritage. They are central to our identity and help build a sense of solidarity between people from every generation and every background. Just as the government wouldn't hesitate when the treasured areas of the national life are under threat, nor will we hesitate to protect one of our greatest national institutions, football. This is for football authorities to handle first, and today I met with the Premier League and Football Association and the president of UEFA, while the sports minister had further meetings with the Football Supporters Association. The football authorities have robust rules in place to deal with this, and I know from my conversations today they are rightfully considering a wide range of sanctions and measures to stop this move in its tracks. My message to them was clear: they have our full backing, but be in no doubt if they can't act, we will. We will put everything on the table to prevent this from happening. We are examining every option, from governance reform to competition law and the mechanisms that allow football to take place. Put simply, we'll be reviewing everything the government does to support these clubs to play. I discussed our options with the Prime Minister this morning, and we are working at a pace across government and with football authorities. I want to reassure this House of a very robust response. We will do whatever it takes to protect our national game, but it's clearer than ever that we need proper examination of the long-term future of football. Too many fans in this country, the game is now almost unrecognisable from a few decades ago. Season after season, year after year, football fans demonstrate unwavering loyalty and passion by sticking by their clubs, but their loyalty is being abused by a small number of individuals who wield an incredible amount of power and influence. Owners should remember they are only temporary custodians of clubs, and they forget fans at their peril. That's why over the past few months I've been meeting with fans and representative organisations to develop our proposals for a fan-led review. I had always been clear that I didn't want to launch this until football had returned to normal following the pandemic. Sadly, these clubs have made it clear that I have no choice. They have decided to put money before fans, so today I have been left with no choice but to formally trigger the launch of our fan-led review of football. The review will be chaired by the Honourable Member of Chatham and Aylesford, and will be a root and branch examination of football in this country. It will cover the financial sustainability of the men's and women's game, financial flows through the pyramid, governance regulation, and merits of an independent regulator. Crucially, in light of this weekend's proposal, it will also consider how fans can have an even greater say in oversight of their clubs and the models in which might best achieve that. We are the people's government. We are unequivocally on the side of fans, and their voices have to be heard when it comes to the future of our national game. It starts with fans and it ends with fans. But in the meantime, we have thrown our full weight behind the football authorities and stand ready to do whatever is necessary to represent fans and protect their interests. I commend this statement to the House. The other key point to mention is, for some of you, obviously you won't really follow politics, this has cross-party backing. That means that for the first time, they haven't even worked together on coronavirus. That means for the first time, the Conservatives, Labour, Liberal Democrats, and the SNP are going to work together to shut this down. RJ, we'll start with you. Sorry for the long-winded statement.
He said he'll be back in a minute. He put it in the
unbelievable.
Private.
Sorry. I was reading it.
Sorry, who made that statement? Sorry, who was the MP?
Oliver Dowden. Oliver Dowden is the Minister for Culture and Sports. Sulz, we'll start with you then. What do you make of what the government have said today?
Firstly, I just wanted to big up James Milner. Obviously, he made a quote just after the game to say the Super League, I can only give my own opinion, and that is I don't like it and I hope it doesn't happen. This has happened live on TV, obviously on his, but obviously on the statement of what the government have said. The thing is, right, my stance on all these statements coming out, why now? You know, this should have been done for this should have been in place for many, many years. Especially, you know, the problem is, right, for me, these are all, I like it, don't get me wrong, I'm not against the statement, but I'm against the intent of why these have come out. Because the same way the Super League's come out, these statements are now coming out because they're potentially going to lose out on money in terms of taxes, because they can literally uplift this club and just take them wherever they want. I don't want that to happen, by the way. I'm totally against what's happening, but I just feel like this should have happened many, many years ago. The fans, the problem I've got, at the moment they feel like statements that aren't being backed, that they feel like statements that nothing. I know it's difficult because it's only been you could call it 2 days, and it's obviously difficult to put plans to action that quickly. With time to tell, maybe I will be applauding, maybe I'll be singing their praises, but for me, it's again, both parties are now. It's all about greed. It's all about coming to what they know.
The review was meant to take place before COVID, so the review was actually booked into. It was meant to happen before COVID. Then COVID hit. He mentions that in his statement about he wanted to do this reform whatever investigation, however you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean,
when the fans get back and when it's normal. But he's said that his hands been forced.
Obviously, this is accelerating the process of. No, of course, I totally understand. But the thing is, it's.
And I just want to FYI, I do not like the Conservatives, so I would not be praising him if I had to. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
I absolutely praise what they've come out and said, and obviously what they're looking to do. For me, the damage is kind of done, but all they can do at this point is kind of fix it for the future. That's all they can do. They can only and the thing is, look, I applaud them for even trying to make these steps, because governments have bigger things to deal with, and I don't blame them for not wanting to do this, because the COVID pandemic it should be at the forefront of your thoughts. Football is secondary when there's thousands and thousands of people dying. I totally understand that. For me, it's a matter of. This is why, for me, it's mind-boggling what the fuck is going on. There's bigger problems. They didn't need to come out with this Super League right now. They didn't need to implement it. The fans should have had a say to begin with. This should have been a voted situation. This should never have been the club. Look, we can sit here and say, oh, how didn't the managers know? Because half the fan base is saying the manager surely knew. No, these people came in, and I'll back that with a statement, because the CEO of Arsenal, Vinay, actually had a briefing with the Arsenal players and the manager this morning, talking to them about what's going on. How the fuck, right, are people who are heavily involved in this club, who are giving their lives, to the sport, not being able to get a say? I'm not talking about fans like me that don't go week in, week out. What about the fans who have been going for 30-odd years? Don't they get a vote? Don't they get a say? And I'm glad the government have come out and said it, but for me, it's too fucking late. This should have been done way before. Even pandemic should have even been an issue. They should have done this years and years ago, when the Sky Sports took over, when the money started to come into the sport. That's when these regulations should have happened. They should have been regulating the sport, the taxes, and everything far, far before this kind of went blown up. The thing is, I applaud them. I think they're trying to make the right step, and I think what they're doing is damage limitations. They're trying to control the damage that's inevitably going to happen. But for me, until action isn't taken, it's all statements. Like I said with the BT situation, it's all statement. The thing is, with the TV companies, they can do more. They can turn around and go, due to this and our support for the fans, we are going to be reducing our cost for subscription. They can do that. There's no problem for them to send an email out and say your next bills are going to be cut. It's not hard for them to do. But the statements are statements until they become action.
Yeah. There's only so you'll all be glad to know there's only one more statement left for me to read out after this. That one comes from the EFL, which is something that I know very much about. But before obviously we read that one out, and I also again want to make it clear, I do not like the EFL. They're a bunch of wankers as well. But for the first time ever, just like I'm having to agree with Boris Johnson, I actually have to agree with the EFL. So you'll also be happy to know I had a pleasant conversation with an Exeter fan, and we've agreed that we like each other more than we like the top 6 at the moment. So you'll all be pleased to know about that. But Russ, what do you make of the statement from Oliver Dowden?
I agree with a lot of what Sulz has just said, to be honest with you. I think the intention behind it is good, and what they want to do is good for football in this country. But they've waited until it's hit people's pockets, because at the end of the day, this is all about what it all boils down to in every aspect is money. And where was the uproar when UEFA tried to create a Super League? Where was all this effort when we're trying to kick racism out of football? These people are not interested in things that don't hurt their pockets. And I think that is for me what it all boils down to, is the government are worried about how this affects, this affects everything to do with football, which affects a lot more than just football. People don't seem to understand the implications of this, and that is that this affects every tier of English football, because money drips down at the end of the day, and the less money that there is in the Premier League, the less money there is in the league below that, and the less money there is in the league below that, and the less money there is in the league below that, and eventually this affects everything. This affects grassroots football, and football is such a big thing in this country that is then going to affect other things. Are the government thinking, okay, well, right now the Premier League is one of the biggest leagues in the world, and it probably brings in quite a lot of tourism. Is it still going to bring in that much tourism if suddenly Man United, Man City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, Liverpool, if they're no longer part of the Premier League, who's going to think, let's go to Anfield. Let's travel from a different country, go to Anfield to watch Liverpool. Let's travel from a different country and go to Old Trafford. When at the end of the day, this affects a hell of a lot of things. And I think, like Sol said, the government could have done something about this a long, long time ago. But they've waited until there's a public outrage, and now suddenly we're all invested in it. And everyone wants to suddenly be the good guy. Well, you could have been the good guy a year ago. You could have been the good guy 2 years ago. But you weren't interested until now. And I think it all just boils down to money. So while what they want to do is a good thing, I think the reasoning and the timing is poor.
No, I fully get your position there. Joe, what about you, mate? What do you make of the statement from the government?
To be honest, I can't really say much that Sulz and Russ haven't already covered, because everything they've said, I truly believe. They're doing a good thing now, but it could have been done a lot sooner. And I think they've waited way too long. But I also do want to point out something that Patrick Bamford's come out and said after the game. He turned around when asked about the Super League. It's amazing the amount of opera that comes into the game when somebody's pockets are getting hurt. It's a shame it's not like that with racism. I think he's pretty much hit the nail on the head right there as to what everyone's main motivation is in football. And don't know what more can be said.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it about that. That's why I didn't really mention anything. But
no, look, people acting like complete cunts at the moment. I'm not going. Everyone knows me. I don't mince my words.
no, because what I want to say is it's ridiculous, right? How let's take the most recent incident of the Cordella and Kamara incident, 10-match ban. Right? Trippier for betting got a 10-match ban. Suarez got a longer ban, right, for biting some. I'm not saying it was, but the thing is, right, the problem I have, right, these institutions are just as bad as each other. Whether we want to now look at these owners or whether we want to look at UEFA and FIFA, everyone's handled things badly. Everyone's got and now the problem is, right, what they do, they play on the fans' emotion. That's what they've done. Everyone's come out now and tried to take moral high grounds and be like, oh, we're with you fans, but guess what? You're still going to pay an arm and a leg to watch your football team. The thing is, right, everything's a statement, and I'm not gonna get dwindled into this PR stuff until I see action. And it is, and for me, right, and I know this is gonna sound so hypocritical what I'm about to say. If the Super League take the moral high ground and actually go and show us the moral high ground, I agree with them. If the Premier League and FIFA come out and actually start taking the moral high ground and actually doing things for the fans, I'll agree with them. It's whoever wants to do the right thing for the fans is who I'll agree with.
Interesting. What about you, Professor? What do you make of a statement from Oliver?
I mean, just to say from the offset, to your point earlier, I am actually very politically involved, and I'm not going to use this as a political platform, but I'm no fan of the government. I'm no fan of Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party, not just with the way that they handle Brexit and the way that's going to affect the economy and jobs, not just the way that that's created division and instability in Northern Ireland and Scotland, not just with this bizarre report that came out a couple of weeks ago, supposedly saying that there's no such thing as institutional racism in this country anymore. Never mind the fact that, 127,000 people have died because of their ineptitude over their handling of COVID. But yet now suddenly they're the heroes of the working classes. They're the heroes of the communities. They come out saying, oh, we're the champions of, community football. They don't, excuse, I've not really sworn much, but they don't give a shit about working class people. The only thing that Boris Johnson and the rest of the Conservative Party are worried about is where's the money going to come in for them from all of this. If the Super League's going to break away, they just probably want reassurances from JP Morgan and the lot of them, how much money is going to still be pumped into the economy. If anything, the Labour Party should be jumping on this because, for a while, as a party, they are supposedly the party of the working classes, but they haven't been for some time for whatever reason. This is, a perfect opportunity for them to reassert themselves in that way. And, going back to a point that you made, it is nice in a way to see that there is cross-party unity on this issue. But, I'd say that with
I couldn't even believe I was saying that. Like, I'm very political, and I couldn't even believe I uttered them words.
But
that's unheard of.
I mean, it's like I said, I don't think I really have anything much to add to what the others have said, but, this has always been on the cards for some time, and it's only when, the government feels that they've got something to lose now in all of this, and, they've got votes in their eyes, they're jumping on, as, any government would do. They'd look for an opportunity, to play, excuse a political football, but I don't believe for one moment that the likes of Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, Rishi Sunak, all of them, they give a toss about grassroots football or whether or not working class fans from East Manchester or from the Anfield area are going to be able to afford to go to the other side of the world and watch their team and be priced out of football. They don't. It's just that they've got something to lose out of this, and they all make themselves look like the good guys in all of this. Apologies if that's ended up being a bit of a political rant.
No. You said what I think a lot of people want to say. But Shaden, what do you have to say on this?
We can criticize all we want, the club owners, and call them greedy, but the reaction to the government and football governing bodies tells us more about them, to be honest. It's all about the money. The government will lose on taxes and tourism, as Russ has mentioned. UEFA are contesting it because they can't imagine European competitions without these 12 teams. UEFA pocket around 7% of revenue raised in European competitions every season. They share 20% between the clubs and 10% to make plans for the following season. So no one here cares about fans, not the government, not UEFA, not the media. No one does. It's about the money.
Yeah, no, I do hear what you're saying on that. A question here from Velvishwan. Can I? Oh, RJ, you're here.
Yes, I was here. It was just like I was just waiting for you to
Well,
come
you
back.
didn't put it in the group chat or in the private chat that you were here.
I am back. I was listening to everyone.
You have your camera off. You don't put it in the private chat. Do you think I'm like fucking a magician? I'm glad you're here though, because it does give me time to try and look at what I was trying to find out anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'll try and stretch out as long as I can if you want. Don't worry. No,
it's not that. I just need to try and find something, but I don't know if you can.
What I would say about the UK government, I mean, looking from the inside in, I'm from Ireland, right? Believe me, our governments are nowhere near better than yours. I mean, there's loads of problems here in Ireland just as much as there in England. I mean, this is the same government that literally fought like Marcus Rashford to feed kids all over England. I mean, no one really can take the moral high ground anymore. Let's be really honest. I think, if we're really talking serious, I mean, the best thing they can do is support us, but we do have to take in consideration that, yes, the government have done bad things in the past, and they do need to be called out for that. And especially, like I said, when Marcus Rashford came up against them, who did we go for? We went for Marcus, obviously, because the fact of the matter is, he was in the right, they were in the wrong. Now, they're trying to go on the right side for everybody, and I do think, obviously, PR stunt, that's obviously the best thing for them. And you know what? Look, maybe this might be a good thing, or maybe this might be a bad thing for the Super League. I mean, look, everyone's going to say that for the Premier League. They're going to say that for the Champions League. Look, we'll have to wait and see how this goes. It could be a huge flop. It could absolutely destroy clubs like United, City, Arsenal, Spurs, etc. But I do think, just talking about the government, I mean, just you have to just take people what they did in the past and just look. We can't even say FIFA can be reliable anymore at this rate. FIFA, UEFA, they tried doing this, didn't work. The UK government tried to do bad stuff in the past. So yeah, that's my opinion from looking in. You know what I mean? So yeah, I guess hopefully you found what you want to look at now.
I've got a quote from Jamie Carragher, who's come out and said, "Let's not forget, we work for a company who were involved in a breakaway in 1992. Sky took football away from threshold TV to a subscription service. The ESL is worse, but are we being hypocritical?"
100%.
Believe me, yeah. Like I said, Sky Sports possibly are the biggest rip-off of the 21st century. Seriously, they charge us for literally everything, right? And think it's a premium service. Like, I'm sorry that, look, if we want to support our club, like, I'm sorry that we live in another country that we physically cannot support them on the pitch. Like, especially with tickets as well. Tickets are expensive as enough, and then you have to put on flights, then you have to put on, taxis, hotels, etc. Loads of things go straight into that. And the fact that they're like, oh yeah, we'll charge an extra 15 so you feel like you're gonna be part of that. Like, get out of here, will you tell? All right. And yeah, like I said, no one should really take the high ground except for the players, the fans, and really just, the managers who actually step up. And I think Tuchel, with all, I said a lot of shit about him, but I think he will definitely say, if he's allowed to say something, he will. But other than that, yeah, that's all I will say.
I don't think. Sorry, guys. Kidogo. Just a minute. I don't think Tuchel will say anything. This guy is known for not being political, today he said
we don't need to worry about if he is or not. He's already said that he trusts Chelsea, so we know where he look. Yeah. And I'm not gonna slam him for that. I had some choice words when I heard it, but I'm not gonna slam him for it because at the end of the day, he still has a job, right? And he's still got to do what he's told to a degree. I really wish I'd saved that picture. I don't know. I don't know if I did. That's really annoying. I'm very much an idiot for that. Basically, it was the league table of results if the top six weren't there, and it was just before. You have? Oh, could you send that to me? Because I actually hold on. Because Velvishwan says, "Can I ask you guys a question? What happens if they decide to null and void the Premier League?" I don't think they will. Now, if there is a meeting tomorrow, and we'll get into that in a second. But Basically, I think they'll just remove the top 6. You won't have the fixtures against top 6 taken apart, and the league table could be done by that.
Can
But
I quickly say something before I forget?
one minute. But Lanzy's saying, surely that gives Leicester a league title. If RJ has what I hope he has, then you'll be surprised. But
I'm
yes,
going to try and find it. Yeah, I'll try and find it.
Go on,
So for people who are in Manchester or in and around Manchester, there's actually a socially distanced and allowed protest being organised, and it's going to be on Saturday 3:00 outside the Old Trafford. And for people who want to see me out, I will more than likely be there. I don't know how long I'll be there, but I will definitely be there. So yeah, I thought I'd let you guys know before I forget to mention it. And that'll be, like I said, Saturday 3:00 outside Old Trafford. There'll be a protest. Obviously, they are telling you to bring your masks, and obviously, if you want to bring posters or banners, you. And yeah, that's basically what I need to say before I forget.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Is it? So Joe has just said that Sky have released a statement. I'm not sure where it is. Is it on their Twitter?
Yeah, it's on the Twitter 10 minutes ago. I've got it here. In the last 24 hours, Sky Sports have passionately articulated the views of football fans on the importance of preserving and sustaining the whole football pyramid. We are completely focused on supporting our long-term football partners in the UK and in Europe, already providing fans with the best live action from the best football competitions in the world, and we have not been involved in any discussions with the proposed breakaway European Super League.
Yeah,
I just laugh when I hear that from Sky.
The hypocrisy.
So I think with what they've said is it's kind of now we have to wait to see what plans they put into action, whether or not to believe what they say.
Well, I can bet you Rupert Murdoch's probably going to be made lifetime president of this new Super League, and he'll love it.
Oh yes, I forgot that dickhead runs guy.
Yeah, get back on
I love it. RJ, have you found what I was looking for?
Yeah, I'm trying to put in now here. I think this is it. Is it? It's right now in the images. Overlay, sorry.
Oh, right. I was just about to say, what the hell are you talking about?
The table you asked.
Right.
Jesus.
Yes. Is it that one I want to look at? Yes, it is. So, judging by this, West Ham win the Premier League title. Yes, boys.
Come on,
Big up to West Ham. You are currently top of the league. Leicester second, Leeds third, Villa fourth. So that'll be interesting. Everton wouldn't get Champions League football if we were to do it like this. So it looks like Carlo Ancelotti's got some work to do. Palace and Everton would have Europa League, possibly even with Newcastle, which is very interesting.
I've seen a different photo which puts Everton in third. So
That's the first one
I have seen it wasn't that photo, but I do know that in that photo West Ham were top of the league. Would be top.
So
here it is.
If the table ended like that, I think Newcastle would play in this new UEFA Conference League thing, so they get European football.
I mean, that'd be great for the Geordies. I mean, let's be honest. Be honest. They've been crying for something. I mean, Mike Ashley.
Don't forget, they won the Intertoto Cup. I think you get like a plaque or a certificate for that. So.
At least it's better than the Audi Cup that you can say that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we won the Audi
One of my
Cup.
mates, who's a Fulham fan, he's really proud of the fact that they have the certificate for the Intertoto Cup on display at Craven Cottage. So, we're not going to deny them that success.
Standards are just.
But no, obviously, if it was to be that West Ham win the league, which could be only a positive. I've seen it. Lanzy's seen it. Lanzy's already on it. Jesse Lingard. Who wins PFA Player of the Year?
Jesse Lingard. Simple. The man is Lingardinho. No one can touch him, lad. Seriously.
No, I'd say Souček, because Souček's done it over an entire season.
No, but it doesn't matter. Like, if it wasn't for
Lanzy
Lingard,
saying Souček, Lanzy, a West Ham fan saying Souček. Kenny obviously saying Lingard, but he spelt Lingard wrong. So,
I think Jack
Lingard.
Grealish deserves a shout, to be fair.
Nah, he's been injured for quite some time. Maybe even Harvey Barnes if he wasn't injured.
Yeah,
But that's a bit of fun. That was a bit of fun. West Ham win the Premier League title, and the top six are babies. And get out of my lives. But another statement. This is that statement. This one is from the EFL, the English Football League. What the things that cause me more pain and nightmares than you care to imagine. And here it goes. The EFL stands with the Premier League, the FA, PFA, LMA, and FSA, and colleagues across European professional football in condemnation of proposals which attack the foundations of open and fair competition upon which our game is built. A strong pyramid based on promotion, relegation, and ultimately European qualification is fundamental to our game's continued success. The EFL opposes any reform that doesn't support competition integrity or offer clubs the prospect of one day competing at the highest end of the game. Collective reform efforts should be focused on creating conditions that foster long-term sustainability at all levels of domestic football and remove the current and almost impossible financial pressures created as a result of a huge difference in revenues associated to the Premier League in comparisons to Championship, League One and League Two. The EFL has long stated that the economics and governance of the English pyramid should be reset, and we remain committed to working with the Premier League, the FA and the game stakeholders to deliver that vision so that the English professional game can thrive in communities across the country for generations to come. At its heart, football is a game for supporters, and the widespread rejection of these proposals must be acknowledged. The EFL clubs are an integral part of the towns and cities from which they take their name, and in many deliver the biggest single form of communal activity in their local area. The EFL's collective response to the pandemic in face of significant challenges highlights just how vital they are to the life of the nation, and anything that fundamentally weakens their systems must be resisted. Having pioneered for the world's original league format in 1888, it is ironic that proposals which would serve to destroy the value of sporting merit were announced on the weekend of the league's 133rd anniversary. Across EFL competitions, any club can triumph over another, and fans of a club, regardless of size and status, must always be afforded the hope that successes on the pitch will be rewarded. The Championship is Europe's most prominent divisions and the gateway to England's top tier. The introduction of a predominantly closed European competition at the elite end kills a part of the game that the league system we established over a century ago. Similarly, the rejection of these proposals does not represent an endorsement for FIFA's own proposed reforms, which themselves represent a significant challenge to English football's domestic programme. Under both proposals, the EFL has concerns about the future of the League Cup, which provides vital income to EFL clubs, is the breeding ground for stars of the future, and provides the top and bottom of the English pyramid the opportunity to win the first major trophy of the season. The EFL will continue to work with the colleagues across the game at home and abroad to defend our national game, protect our members, and ensure that fans continue to have healthy, vibrant, and enduring pyramid system that can continue to be proud of. Now, for me, this is big. So I'm obviously, as a lot of you are aware, I'm a Plymouth Argyle fan. We have been in the EFL for most of our lives. So we've been around for something of 100. We had a 125th anniversary in 2012. So something like 133 years. We've been there for quite some time. Now, the money in football doesn't get filtered down near enough. It doesn't, right? I'll put that on record. It just doesn't. We don't receive as much money as we need or should receive. Right? That's been clear. What this proposal does not only kills the Football League, right? It destroys it. The money that we get, the pittance that we get, right, is not enough anyway. But that a lot of clubs rely on. Now, I understand if some people want this for their own reasons. I can get the best players, or we can get more money as a club. But I want people to bear a thought of what this does to the Football League and to clubs in the Football League. Clubs like mine that could go out of business because of the greed and the selfishness of 6 individual people. By doing this, you're killing some Football League clubs. Now, I remember a team called Bury. Bury went out of business because they needed £10 million. Not one person, whether that be Manchester United or Manchester City, wanted to help them. £10 million. To put that into context, Chelsea spent £250 million on players. Now, that's not having to go at Chelsea. That's just me stating a fact, right? Chelsea spent £250 million on players. Bury need £10 million to avoid not having a club. There is no help for clubs like Bury. Now, I know Bury quite well because our manager used to manage Bury. A lot of their fans, I've had many chats with their fans. We have a lot of their players. There's a lot of respect between Argyle and Bury. There is no help for us, though. And I want people just to remember what this does to us. Because no one is really giving a thought to what happens to a lower league club that doesn't have the financial backing of what this league has. And by stripping the money away from the Premier League, you're also stripping the money away from clubs that need it the most. You're stripping it away from grassroots, not just the EFL. Look at the National League, the National Leagues North and South, grassroots football. You're stripping money away from absolutely every single one of them. For what? For a closed league that you can just do what? You play each other. You get lots of money. You get billions of pounds to renovate your stadium. But whilst you're doing that, other clubs are going to the sword. Other clubs are dying because of the greed and the selfishness of some people. This is what's at risk. It's not just what happens to the Premier League, because what happens to the Premier League affects what happens to a Championship, affects what happens to Leagues 1 and 2 and the National League, and all the way down until kids football, until disabled football. And that's the thing, right? We have to make sure that we stop this, because without doing this, we're killing clubs. They don't deserve that. But that's my rant. I feel very passionately about this, and we will have a debate about this in a second. But RJ, what do you make of what the EFL have had to say today?
No, I 100% agree. I found out today that there's 22 tiers of English football, from grassroots up to the main stage, to be fair. And for me, that's crazy. I mean, you know, obviously I do support a national side, you know, in the grassroots known as #United. They're big on YouTube. They get most of the revenue on YouTube. And what they do is every time they play a team, and especially this is what they did in the FA Cup, they gave the money that they got from that live stream and donate straight to that team so that they can keep going as a football
they
club.
did a 50-50 split.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, yeah. Which I thought that was a great idea. Because like I said, they're one of the biggest clubs on YouTube in that lower tier, if you know what I mean. Obviously, Spencer, obviously being the owner of it, and, you know, he's doing a really good job. But like I said, you know, there's a lot of scenario being like, you know, their season was cut off last season and they weren't allowed to qualify, even though they were going to regardless. And I know, obviously, you know, there's going to be a long way till he gets to like the proper, you know, League 2, League 1, etc. and all that. But like I said, if this keeps happening where, you know, the EFL loses money, the grassroots lose money, like it's gonna backfire on everybody eventually. So 100%, I do think everything that the EFL said was correct, and I think we just have to take it by day, to be fair. And tomorrow might have a bit more news that we might have to react to. Let's be honest. I mean, you know, 2021 already has been a crazy year. We've seen so much, and this so far is probably one of the biggest for sports.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sulz, what do you make of what the EFL said? I know you say statements are statements, and I'll wait till what they do. But the EFL have campaigned for far too long about getting financial controls and actually trying to get more slice of the pie, so that clubs like Macclesfield and Bury don't actually have to go out of business.
Do you know what it is? I totally understand, and the thing is, right, the big clubs are always going to make more money. That's just an inevitability, and you can say, obviously, I'm going to sit here and say rightfully so because they are the bigger teams. They're bringing in more money. Rightfully so, they're going to get the bigger chunk of the pie. But like you said, I follow, hashtag United as well. I've been following the journey of, Salford as well because obviously that's quite local to myself. United of Manchester, that's quite local to me. Obviously, they've gone further away now. That's why I follow more of Salford. And teams like that are going to struggle. As much as we say, the breakaway league can go do one, the thing is, it's annoying because we need them for the good of football, and that's the heartbreaking thing. And it's annoying that it's gotten to a point where they've gotten this much power. But you know what it is? That's always going to happen. In every sport, there's always going to be teams, or there's going to be teams who can monopolize everything. And the thing is, UEFA and FIFA, one thing I will say, and I know I've been saying statements, and when action is taken, that's when we can talk about. But UEFA and FIFA have both tried to work with these clubs. Obviously, they've been told to basically fuck off with this Super League if it does go ahead. And obviously, with Perez, with everything that he's saying, oh well, we'll just make our own. The problem is, the lower leagues are really going to struggle because, number one, they've not been able to get fans. And even if it is just 10 fans, that makes a world of a difference to grassroots football, to championship football, to League Two, to the Vanarama Nationals, wherever you want to look. Even 10 fans coming, makes a big, big difference to whether they can run next week or not. That's how, much they need our support. That's how much. And the thing is, I've always said, look, I support Arsenal, but I also support my local teams, the lower leagues. There's a lot of people I know who volunteer coaching and refereeing, even my own local team that I used to play for before I got into, higher level football. I tried to go back, and I'm still in contact with them. Obviously, with uni, I've not been able to volunteer as much in terms of trying to get into coaching or refereeing or helping them out with, match day experiences and stuff, because I've got a part-time job I need to also take care of. And the thing is, this is where the fans, we can all sit here and we can all protest, but you know what will make a bigger statement? If the fans got together and actually did what's right. It's not about supporting your local team, but just start helping them out. Yeah, volunteer. Don't even go watch them. Just volunteer. Say to them, look, I can help you run a training session, or I can do this for you, or little things like that will massively help these clubs. Go support them. Their tickets aren't expensive. Most of them at grassroots level, you can even find some clubs who only ask for like a tenner for a match, or a fiver, or about £100 for a season. Now, we spend that more in a month on TV subscription than we do just physically going to matches. If I go to an Arsenal game, it's going to cost me about £80 to £100 for one match. This is talking, a whole season is costing you about 100. Because a lot of fans have come out and said, we're going to stop supporting our clubs. Prove it. Because this is the time where action is needed. And the thing is, they can both coincide, and I've done this a lot. I've followed hashtag, I've followed Salford, even Altrincham FC. There's obviously United of Manchester, who are breakaway. They're a fan-run club from traditionally from Manchester United. They were sick and tired of the corporate way and the way the corporate way of United and the direction they were taking. So I'm liking. Look, I don't disagree with what the EFL are doing. I think it's the right move, the right things they're saying, and it's ultimately, you know what? The only way this is ever going to get solved is if the fans take action. That's ultimately the only thing that can happen.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Russ, what do you make of what the EFL have had to say?
Yeah, I think obviously I touched on it a little bit earlier, not obviously as passionately as you did, but you this means a lot more to your club obviously than mine. But yeah, like I already said earlier, I think people need to look at the fact that, like you said, less money in the Premier League means less money in the Championship. And like I said earlier, it trickles down, when there's less money in these leagues, there's less money in the lower leagues. And this affects every tier of English football. And I totally agree with what they're saying, none of these teams who have agreed to be in this Super League have really thought about the implications on a wider basis. It has massive implications for everything to do with football in this country. And yeah, like Sulz said, I think a lot of people need to actually do something. It's all good and well to sit around and talk about things like this, but if people don't do something about it, nothing will happen.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Obviously, mine is more passionate because my team is literally right in the middle of the EFL. The EFL is Championship, League One and League Two, and my team is slap bang in the middle of League One, which is in between Leagues Two and the Championship. So, of course, I'm going to be much more involved in it. By the way, Aaron, I have sent you the link as whilst we're talking about the EFL.
You know, I've always been in a position of I can't feel your pain because I've never truly, like, this is going to sound obviously wrong, but I've not truly followed a club who has been so financially dependent. Because obviously at the grassroots level, yeah, money is a big factor, but because there's no wages, because there's no wage structure at the grassroots, like Sunday league football, that's why obviously I can't feel your pain because I've not been in a situation, or nor have I followed a club who have only Salford, but Salford are probably going to be fine. But, you know, talking about my local clubs and, you know, clubs that I played for when I was first starting off, they didn't have wage structure, so they didn't need the financial backing. Of course, it would have helped them, you know, they would have been able to get better coaches and etc. But that would have happened as they got up. But once they reach that level where they're starting to now pay wages, whether it's £100 a week to a player or £100 a month to a player, it's not the amount, but that's when it really starts to impact them. Obviously, you're going to know that more than myself because I've not been a fan of them clubs who have financially struggled. I know of fans who have been fans of those clubs, like Bolton as well, had administration during the pandemic. Obviously, you talked about Bury as well. I can't feel your pain, hence why I can't have such a passionate rant like yourself.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Sorry, I just want to say, like, look, obviously, you know, my local team in Ireland, like, I think 2 years ago there was like we were on. I think there was like a chance of us going bankrupt in the League of Ireland, obviously. And I think if it wasn't for something that happened, we would have been gone completely out, as I remember. But like I said, I think I can understand you a little bit more than some other people like Sulz or Russ, because like I said, this is my local club essentially. Like I said, at the moment we're doing really well, but at the same time, like if you look at the last 3-4 years, it's been a really dark period where we could have been relegated to the lower league where no one would have actually watched them, to be fair. So it would have been tough, but not understand.
Oh yeah, and losing football league status is bad enough. I mean, local to us is Torquay United, and if they lose when they lost football league status and went down to a national league, it kills clubs. It can kill clubs. I mean, I've been on the receiving end of relegations. Relegations are a part of football. My team's faced relegation, I think, 3 times in the last few years, like last 10 years. It's part of football. Yeah, it's emotional. It gets you down. But it also gives you that determination and that fight to get back to where you belong. Right? Because Argyle believe we belong in the Championship. So we're fighting our way to get to the Championship. This competition kills that. But enough from me. Joe, what do you want to say about the EFL?
There's not much to say, to be honest. That's so didn't really cover. Like you said, it all comes down to fans and how they act and support the smaller clubs to have that financial backing. And if fans manage to band together to support their clubs and the local teams in order for them to survive, then the EFL can still thrive, I believe.
Yeah,
we could be completely fine.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of support from a lot of clubs if this does happen. That's for sure. But Professor, Manchester City and a relegation is also something that's happened to you before.
It's a part of our fabric. I mean, I'm sure those of you who've got a bit of an eagle eye can spot in my profile pic that's George Weah in his brief time at Man City. there was a time when the only highlights of our season were things like that. These gimmicks of George Weah signing and then leaving after 5 games, or as a lot of you will know, the '99 playoff Division 2 final against Gillingham. When City won on penalties, and a lot of City fans, myself included, cite that as a very big turning point for the club, because if they had lost that and remained in Division 2 for another season, who knows where the club would have gone. But at no point in all those times when City got relegated did I ever fear that Man City were going to go out of business. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Man City's attendances for the entire of the 98-99 season in Division 2 were more than all the rest of the league combined. So, Man City have always thrived because of their fan base, a local, passionate fan base. And, my biggest fear out of all of this is what is going to happen to, the very heart of community football. It's effectively being ripped out of these communities. Clubs, whether it's, Plymouth, whether it's Man United, whether it's City, whether it's Oxford United or Oldham Athletic or even Salford City, or Accrington Stanley, these clubs are first and foremost a part of a local community. They are part of a town or a city's identity. And, this European Super League just completely rips that out. I mean, yesterday we talked about the NFL, and, a lot of you who do follow the NFL will know about, some big teams. Like, for example, the Indianapolis Colts were not always called the Indianapolis Colts. They were called the Baltimore Colts. But then one night, the owner decided he wanted to move to Indianapolis because it was cheaper to build a stadium there. And he just did that. It doesn't matter what the fans in Baltimore cared. It's his club. He could do that. And this is effectively what is going to happen to the game. This is owners who don't understand what these clubs mean to fans. It's more than just, to quote Barcelona's favorite quote, and it's ironic, that they've got this inscribed on in their stadium, Barcelona, Mezca and club, or however you say it in Spanish, more than a club. But clearly it's that's gone completely out the window. And there's something about having promotion and relegation. It gives you something to fight for, something to aspire to. That's part of the drama. That's what we enjoy football about. We enjoy the highs that you get when you get all the way to the final, when you win the cup or you win the World Cup, or, when you get relegated. But there's always that, once the dust has settled, once your tears have dried, there's always the next game. There's always the next week. There's always something to play for. There's something to hope for. But with this European Super League, what is there for, a team like Plymouth Argyle, with all due respect, or Oxford United or Oldham Athletics to ever hope for? Because they could, they could go up there and they could win the Premier League, but by virtue of not being in inverted commas, a big club, why would Oldham Athletic ever be in a European Super League?
No, everything you said, I totally agree with.
I just wanted to make a quick point about Bury, and it is ironic, that if the government had maybe reacted to this, to the way that they've reacted to this, if they had responded like that with regards to Bury may well be still around. The bigger clubs could have perhaps given them a loan to help them financially, but the point I would make is that there shouldn't, the big clubs were not obliged to help Bury, because Bury's problems on and off the pitch were not just when a lot of it is down to the way that club was run. It was down to their owners,
I'll happily say his name. Steve Dale is a complete and utter piece of shit.
Exactly. And it's not, with all due respect, it's not as much as City or United or even the likes of Chelsea or Liverpool or whoever could have afforded to give them £10 million or even a loan. They could have figured something out. It wasn't their responsibility to bail out, Steve Bale's mess.
To put it into context, it would have taken £500,000 from each Premier League club.
Yeah. So, they could have figured something out, but it's like I said, that would have effectively exonerated and let Steve Dale off the hook, which he shouldn't have done. But I will say something, that just a quick point. We're talking about helping out football clubs with respect to, community involvement, coaching, or whatever. Another thing, all of you can do and fans can do, especially if you're based in areas or regions, where some of these European Super League so-called clubs are gonna go and join. Write to your local MP and tell them how you feel about this. I mean, I've done that today with my local MP. I've written to him. I know my MP pretty well. I'm involved in my local party, so I just basically told him, are you going to be discussing this in Parliament and everything like that? We've got local elections coming up, mayoral elections coming up. In Manchester, Andy Burnham's spoken out about it. In London, Sadiq Khan's spoken about it. You've got a mayoral election coming up in Liverpool. This is an issue that is, as much as people say that there's more to life than football, but this is dominating every aspect of conversation in this country. And
I totally agree.
Do you write to your politicians and tell them how you feel about this and ask them what they're going to try and do to help?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's actually ironic. Plymouth Argyle haven't put out some statements, but they've just said some things that I think at the moment is quite prominent. The first one they tweeted was 12 hours ago, and they said Plymouth Argyle would be nothing without you, and then just some pictures of some fans, which is lovely to see. And another thing they've actually done, this was about an hour ago, they've produced a video for us. And it says, when we produced this video, we couldn't have predicted what the next 12 months would bring. We know you can't be in the stadium with us at the moment, but never has our sports history, heritage and fan base been more important. Plymouth Argyle are a very, very, very classy club. That is a fact, and I stand by that. But Shed End, what do you have to say for what the EFL have said?
Well, I'll have to agree with you guys. I am a Chelsea fan from Kenya, so I don't really have that much knowledge about the teams down the Premier League. So I will have to listen to you guys, especially Neil, and he knows all about what is happening down there. I just know Fulham got promoted and spent 100 million on average players, only to be relegated again. So that's all I know. So I'll just leave it to you guys. I'll just have to agree with you guys because I don't have that much information about what happens down there.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the EFL are complete cunts, but the fans and the clubs down there, I believe most of them are nice. Apart from Exeter, they're a bit scabby. But we will have a bit of a debate in a second. I've got some things to say. Yannick Bolasie, obviously, we were all told that players wouldn't speak out. Well, they're fucking speaking out, I can assure you of that. Yannick Bolasie said, I was a fan before I played football. He's also a former Argyle player, so big up to Yannick. I was a fan before I played football. I'm a fan now, and I will be after I finish playing. It's not about me or anyone else. It's about the millions of fans who follow their teams week in, week out, regardless of success, which is funny how it starts getting more level and man jump.
Could I just ask really quickly, have any players or managers or ex-players actually come out in favour of this?
No.
No.
Not that I can believe. Not that I know of. The other thing is the Premier League will hold a meeting with 14 clubs tomorrow morning to discuss the European Super League.
Wait, this was...
The irony is
the top
they are not going to allow the top 6 into that meeting, which is big for the Premier League because they've always been saying we make decisions as the 20 of us. That's how we govern. They are excluding the top 6 from this meeting, which is big.
Well, the top 6 excluded them from their decision.
Yeah.
So that's totally understandable in my
That is a good point. That's a good point.
How can you expect them to include you in their discussion when you didn't include them in your discussion?
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest slap in the face from all of this is that the people this affects the most are the fans and the players, and they were the two groups that were not included in these discussions, and they were the two groups that needed to be included in these discussions because that's the biggest impact is on these players and the fans, and we were ignored. And the players were ignored, and nobody's had a say in this apart from the people who are lining their pockets.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I found it quite interesting that the Premier League are making quite a clear statement that tomorrow they're having a meeting, but the big boys aren't coming. They're not going to be there. The Premier League don't want to talk to them at the moment. What they want to do is they want to talk to the other 14 clubs and get a general consensus of what they're all feeling. And rightly so. They're the 14 clubs that have been ignored. They need to be able to voice what they think. I'm not going to read out the 14 clubs because I think we all know who they are. So moving on, Ed Woodward is said to have had told the squad via an emergency Zoom call meeting. Interestingly, couldn't do it face to face. Probably don't want to smack around the face from Bruno. Today that they were acting in the club's best interests. I'm sure they were. But
to quote Triple H, that was best for business. You know what I mean?
Sources say, though, the reception among the Man United squad was lukewarm at best, with the players angry they found out about the breakaway European Super League through the media and not via the club.
Can I just add the Arsenal bit as well, because it'll just link into the whole.
Yeah.
So, obviously, with Arsenal this morning, obviously before training, they had a briefing where the CEO Vinay was also included in this, and he actually, according to some sources, he actually done it in person. A lot of the players were discontent; they didn't feel involved in the decision. A lot of them have revolted against the board in terms of what their decision was. Obviously, the only thing is a lot of the players and what the insiders from the players are saying are, they haven't really been able to say anything just because they can't react in an emotional way because it is their livelihoods at risk. And obviously they need to, and like I said as well before, they need to do this strategically. They can't just come out and bombard these clubs because it's their livelihood, it's their futures, it's their jobs that are going to be at risk. And we have to look at it like that as well. And obviously, same as the United players, it was kind of the same way that, Arsenal players reacted against it. But obviously they will come out once they can do it.
Bruno's already sort of given quite a strong indication of his feelings.
The thing about Bruno is someone who he will not care, and I don't think United will punish him because let's be truly honest, without Bruno, we are not a top 6 club. We are literally on the level of Arsenal. No offense, Arsenal fans, but look, the same thing is right. Look, Bruno Fernandes, I think, and we can all agree, he's one of a kind. He's a talent that stands out in the Premier League. And for him just to say, look, already on social media saying, I can't remember exactly what his quote was. It was something that money can't buy a dream.
Something like that. He quoted Podence's tweet, or Instagram,
The thing is, that just shows you his character in football. I mean, the man is passionate enough. He's do you remember when, before he signed, he was playing with Sporting Lisbon, and then he got subbed off, or he was sent off, something like that, and he kicks the door down because he was so angry. I mean, look, if that does not scream passion or psycho-aggressive, I don't know what does, but I mean, look, that's what I love about Bruno, the fact that he's so passionate about this game, and the fact that there's not enough of him. I mean, let's be honest, if I was picking a player from Chelsea who was going to stand out, I'd say Mason Mount would probably be the guy I'd definitely choose because he's young, he's talented, and he definitely stand up for what he believes in. That's what I believe, because I've always rated Mount so highly compared to some Chelsea fans.
I think he'll probably be Aspilicueta, to be brutally honest. I think he's going to come out probably with a chainsaw and start chopping down seats at Stamford Bridge, knowing Aspie.
Imagine Kepa just comes out saying, "Yo, this shit."
Kepa speaks on behalf of fans. This is absolutely
it's like from all the fan bases, just like Harry Maguire, Pepe, Kepa. It's all happening, boys. It's all going down.
But you've actually landed me to a perfect part here. Apparently, rumours that Chelsea and Man City are trying to U-turn from the European Super League mess. Neither liked the idea, but had to follow or risk huge financial problems. They think they can persuade Spurs and believe 3 English clubs will be enough to dissolve plans. We'll start with you, Russ, on this, obviously being a Spurs fan yourself. What do you make of all of this?
Sorry, 1 minute. I'm going to have to leave after that. Well, I mean, whether or not any of this stuff is true, I mean, it's besides the point, isn't it? At the end of the day, You've agreed to it. Whether you come out and say, "Oh, we didn't really want to," I don't care. You have, and at the end of the day, it's not what you say; it's what you do that matters. And they've done the same thing as every other club involved in this has. You know, I couldn't care less whether they say, "Oh, we were backed into a corner." And you know, this is one of the things that's been said today is that Man City and Chelsea felt like they were backed into a corner. And they were told about this, you know, a week ago. They were told that it's going ahead and you're either on board or you're not. Well, there was your chance. You say, no, we're not on board with this. Because at the end of the day, you know, I don't care if you're going to turn around now and say, oh, well, we want a U-turn, actually. We've changed. You can't just change your minds now because you've seen the backlash. That's not good enough. At the end of the day, whether or not you feel like you were pushed into this position, you made the same choice that every other club did who was involved in this. And, you know, I just think it's a bit of a cop-out now to say, well, oh, no, we're going to go back on it. Well, to me, that's besides the point, you know. You made your decision along with everyone else. And whether you felt like you were pushed into it or not, nobody, like you said it yourself earlier, you know, nobody was holding a gun to Roman Abramovich's head and telling him, you have to be a part of this. You know, no one was in the Chelsea boardroom with a bomb saying, you know, join the Super League or I'm going to blow you all up. At the end of the day...
Maybe, we don't know, innit?
At the end of the day, right, you know, these clubs, they looked at what everyone else was doing and they went, oh, well, actually, there's a lot of money in that, isn't there? Oh, well, we don't want to miss out on that. And, you know, I've said it multiple times this stream. It all comes back to the same thing, and that is money. Money is at the base of all of this. And money is behind every decision that's gone into this. And to try and worm your way out of it now by sort of sneakily releasing bits of information about how, oh, well, we didn't want to be in it in the first place. Oh, we don't really want to be in it now. You're in it. You're just as involved as every other club.
If Chelsea and Man City turn around and persuade Spurs and do stop this, I'll have a lot of respect for them. Right now, I have zero respect for them.
I will.
But yeah,
that happens.
I do agree with you, though. There was no gun.
If and when that happens, then fine. You know, my respect for them will go back through the roof. But until something physically happens, you know, they're just as bad as everyone else. They could sit there and say, oh, we want out, actually. Well, do it then. Don't talk, do it. Actions speak louder than words.
I totally agree with you. Professor, what about you? What do you make of City sort of going, we didn't really want to be a part of this. Please don't hurt us too much.
It's, you know, it's a case of, you know, it's always somebody else's fault, not theirs. I can't imagine, you know, City and Chelsea by far, you know, the two richest clubs in the Premier League and two of the richest clubs in the world would have ever been blackmailed or bullied into joining this by anybody, let alone, with all due respect, Spurs, Arsenal and Liverpool and Manchester United. I mean, you know, all of those clubs, City included, I hope will do the right thing and they'll say, you know, we don't want to join this, or not right now until there's some assurances that this is going to be able to work for, you know, everybody involved. It's going to be able to work for UEFA, it's going to be able to work for FIFA, and it will preserve the integrity of the English Football League and the footballing pyramid. But it'll be a case of, even if they did suddenly U-turn by the end of this week and say, we don't want to get involved in this anymore, the questions will still remain as to why they even considered it in the first place and how they reached that decision without consulting the fans, without taking into consideration the backlash that they were undoubtedly going to receive. And, you know, that they have a responsibility and a duty to explain that to the fans. And I am surprised that other than that statement that came out at midnight, nothing else has really come out from the major clubs.
Well, actually, Florentino Perez has had a massive press conference. I've got a lot of quotes from him if people are interested, but I'll say some of the more ones that intrigued me. So here at Real Madrid, we've lost a lot of money. We are all going through a very bad situation when there is no profits. The only way to make more competitive games during the week, the Super League will save the club financially. Another quote from Florentino Perez again. Here at Real Madrid, we lost money and we are in a very bad situation. And then obviously one of the opening statements in the conference was, we must fix the revenue problem by making matches more competitive. Basically came out saying, it's basically all about money. Obviously, when Niall does return, I do have the sort of estimated earnings of what the Super League will bring in comparison to the Champions League.
I mean, if Madrid are complaining that they don't have money at the moment, then the first thing they can do is, firstly, stop spending all that money on redeveloping an already massive stadium. That's number one. Number two, sell some of their key players and make some money out of that. And yeah. But, you know, this is about, you know, the big clubs wanting more, just being greedy, wanting to fill their bellies with more food, as it were, you know, in this case, instead of food, money. But, you know, the whole thing, it just stinks. It stinks, people.
I think the saddest thing is that Perez thinks that he's making himself sound reasonable with these statements. Like, you know, this guy actually thinks that he's saying things that are going to win fans over by telling them, oh, well, our team really needed the money. Well, that's great. Okay, so does a lot of other clubs who are actually going to be in a much worse financial decision because of what you've done. You know, this. It's all good and well, these teams saying that they need the money, right? But you're not trying to tell me that Real Madrid, Barcelona, Chelsea, Man City, they need this money more than clubs that are going to be affected by this in lower leagues.
Real Madrid describing themselves as poor or short of money. It's a bit like that time when Donald Trump said that he knows how it feels to be poor when he started off with a small loan of $1 million. So
this is such a slap in the face to all the lower league clubs that are going to be affected by this, for them to turn around and say, oh, well, we're doing this because we need the money. Do you know who really needs the money? That the lower league clubs that are going to get shat on by this. They're the ones who need the money, not you guys. Manchester City don't need an extra £300 million a year. Chelsea don't need an extra £300 million a year. You know, I don't understand how they thought this was going to work out. Okay, because let's say that, you know, their plans for obviously just basically simply replacing the Champions League and nothing else, okay, is essentially what they were hoping for. Yeah. What made them think that these domestic leagues were going to be happy with the biggest teams in their leagues, you know, what are already the biggest teams in their leagues, to then go out and earn themselves an extra £300-400 million a season, and then think that they can then come back into the domestic leagues with that money that they've spent improving their squads to then dominate their leagues even further than they already do?
Yeah, no, I agree. Shedan, what do you make of Chelsea and what their backtracking ability?
I don't believe the news personally. I don't want to believe my team decided to join Super League because they wanted to fit in. Yeah, they are in right now. It's not lie, and I want to believe they did. That to get back to the government. We all know how Abramovich has been treated in this country. He has been frustrated and working conditions made impossible by the UK government. We wanted to expand the stadium, but look at how we were taken back and forth. I don't know if this will ever happen, but if Chelsea and these big teams go back to the Premier League, I want to believe their interests will have been looked at, and Abramovich, of course, will have come out victorious in this battle with the government. So, yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, City and Chelsea, they need to learn to control their urges of getting lots of money shoved up their ass. Is my opinion. Owen saying United are £800 million in debt. All they want to do is increase their revenue, like normal business owners do. They're in £800 million worth of debt because of their owners. So don't come at me going, oh, yeah, but they're in debt, so you need to increase their revenue to pay off that debt. They're in debt because their owners are twats. Their owners have put debt onto United that United now have to pay off. That isn't United. United were debt-free until the Glazers took over them, if I am correct.
This is all part of the problem, right? Is you can't come into a football club and look at it as just a business and nothing else, because we've seen time and time again treating your football club like nothing but a business and only worrying about profits does not work in the long run.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. What's everyone making the news that apparently they've all signed a 23-year commitment to this?
Yeah, to be honest with you, and I mean, I'll add to that, and I'll say that I just saw something in the last half an hour that at this meeting scheduled tomorrow, the Premier League is set to agree that the Big Six shall agree to leave the Premier League at the end of the season. So I'll add to that, and I'll say that. So basically, the Premier League are going to agree that the Big Six need to leave, and if the Big Six then say, yeah, we'll do that at the end of the season, this is the last season of them in the Premier League, and there's 23-year agreement, and I'm guessing Guna's seen something or seen that.
Oh no, it's even funnier. This guy is so deluded. Florentino Perez has come out and said, we have created the Super League to save football.
He has a very interesting use of terminology on how we're saving football.
I mean, let me just come out on record and say, whatever Florentino Perez has been smoking, I would love some, please.
I need it right now, bro. More than anything.
As soon as you mentioned Florentino Perez, I just came across something on Twitter while I just came on, and it's a quote, and some people have actually quoted this and put it on their own Twitter, and he said, 16 to 24-year-old fans of that age don't have interest in football. What?
Yeah, 44%. Yeah, and he goes, that's what they go. They don't have interest in low competitive games. Basically trying to say if like Arsenal played like a Burnley or something, which is bullshit. I'm 22. I know many people within the age group, even at uni, after we've played the likes of Burnley and stuff, and we have a massive debate that causes commotion, which literally, I'm not even joking, right? We have one of the campus I study in is one of the biggest campuses in university. When we have lunch or when we're talking about football in the morning, I'm not even joking. There's about 30, 40 people coming together, having a massive debate, even though it was United played Burnley and we played Sheffield, for example. I'm just giving an example here. And so it's bullshit. If that many people at university in the first thing in the morning are willing to have a debate with you, just goes to show how bullshit. What did you ask the NBA fans? Not football. You clearly didn't ask football fans. You asked like NBA fans or golf fans who have no interest in football.
And I just got a couple of things from Fabrizio Romano. Basically, Perez is saying to Chiringuito, I'm guessing that's a journalist's name or a source's name, the Super League is not a closed league. That is absolutely not true. Whoever wins the 5 available spots will be able to play with the other best teams in the world. It will become like a pyramid because we are big clubs, will have more money and we'll be able to invest in buying players. If the big money lose their money, is happening, the whole system crashes as with the Champions League. We'll speak to UEFA, as we said in the statement. We have to discuss with UEFA the 5 spots available in the Super League. UEFA has been working on the new format of the Champions League, but honestly don't understand it. We want to save football. Is this guy deluded? And to be fair, the first comment on the 64-year-old fans comment was, anyone a qualified hitman?
Work with UEFA. I don't think UEFA, judging by what the UEFA president has been saying today, I don't think he's quite in a position to be negotiating with you.
Is this guy deluded?
It seems like he's an idiot. Owen saying...
Sorry, I interrupted you.
I was just going to bring up this comment quickly. Owen saying, so it's okay for players to ask for 350k a week, but owners can't make a few extra bob. I don't agree with the ESL. But you can't be outraged and greed of one of the group of people and not
outraged. I'm outraged about players that earn that sort of money.
I completely agree with Owen Coyle. Why can't multi-billionaires make a few more billion?
I'm outraged at both of them. So I'm outraged at players for acting like absolute wankers. I'm also outraged at owners for acting like absolute wankers. So that comment, I don't really understand it too much. I understand it.
Can I say, right, Niall knows, from an Arsenal perspective, how much I've been complaining about how much Ozil's earned and how much Aubameyang's earned, because they're the ones who've earned or are earning ridiculous. I've complained about the wage structure of Arsenal. I can only talk about my club because I understand the wage structure better than what it is at United. And also, we all complained about when Sanchez was earning 500k a week, for regardless of whether it was a trade offer or whatever the financial situation of that was. We all complained. It's not like we're not complaining then. It's just at the moment we can't complain about the wages because that's not the issue at hand. Right now is the issue of the Super League. That's why we're commenting on that. When the discussion of a contract comes out, even when Haaland demanded $1 million, we all laughed. So it's not like we're not arguing this. We do agree, and what Owen said, we are outraged. But at the moment, it's not a contract situation. It's a Super League situation. That's the discussion we're having.
Yeah, no, I echo that. Professor, you wanted to say something?
Oh no, I was just ironically responding to that comment about why can't the owners want to make a few more bob, and I completely sympathize. Multi-billionaires can't scrape a few million together. They need a couple more 100 million so they can buy a few more Rolexes and a small island in the Caribbean. I completely sympathize.
Florentino, man.
My heart bleeds for them.
Yeah,
Florentino is deluded.
It must
He's
be
deluded.
Listen to this one now. Look. So Florentino Perez on players not being allowed to play for their nation, right? UEFA is a monopoly. They should be more transparent. The players should be very calm about the situation. Nothing will happen to them. They will be able to play with their nations.
This man is literally currently creating
there's
a
an
monopoly.
extra statement, though.
There's
an extra statement onto that.
A monopoly as
there's
we
an extra
speak.
statement to add on to that, according to Fabrizio Romano. Players banned from international competitions and national teams, according to UEFA. Don't worry, this will not happen. They won't be banned if they join the Super League. Is this guy deluded?
Yes, this is the same man who said that he was going to make his own World Cup if the players were banned from the World Cup. How are you going to make your own World Cup with your league of 20 teams? Can you imagine them trying to scrape together 22 players from every country when they've got a league of 20 teams to choose from?
Just get the academy players from the teams that are in the Super League. Just get the academy players and bring them up.
To a word this guy says.
It's going to be a five-a-side World Cup.
Plot.
It's going to be a five-a-side World Cup. Does
Perez have a Twitter account? Does he have a Twitter?
I hope not, because remember how Twitter didn't let Trump. Do you remember how Twitter didn't let Trump have a Twitter? Really don't think this guy should have one either. And he also needs to remember that I don't think UEFA are quite. Florentino Perez does not run UEFA. UEFA will ban these players because they have to protect themselves. They have to protect the brand and football for them. He does not have that. But Aaron, you're saying "oh fuck" for some reason. I'm not looking at Twitter. I tried to.
Yeah. I don't. They haven't mentioned the source on the tweet. I'm guessing that someone will ask this, but according to the Terrace, no manager of the Big Six will quit over the Super League. If Klopp gets convinced to stay on side because of despite all the
I don't know how much. I don't know how much I believe that, because Velvishwan put a comment saying, by the way, Niall in the panel, watch Klopp's interview after the game.
So I've got the quotes for what Klopp was saying, and Klopp is basically reassuring all the fans that he will not resign, and when the tough gets going, he's going to become a stronger person. So he's indicating he will not resign, and he'll try to fight the Super League. That's basically what he's come out after the match, post-match conference, when they actually.
And that's why they've said that
this isn't the standing one. This is where they actually come and sit down. So this is way after the match. So
I just want to ask you. I don't know if you guys discussed this earlier. Do you think the announcement of the Super League thing had anything to do with Mourinho being sacked? I mean, I'm thinking that maybe he wasn't told about this. He had talks with the board and asked him why he wasn't informed, and they probably told him that, well, actually, we were thinking of letting you go at the end of the season. And he probably said, well, I might as well just go now then. And that's possibly what has happened here.
I think exactly that. I think Mourinho, apparently, didn't he refuse to take a training session?
This is what's been said. And I think, to be honest, if it doesn't have anything to do with the Super League at all, then it is very strange timing from
Just
Tottenham.
days before a cup final.
You know, six days before a cup final, and you know their chance to win a trophy for a proper trophy for the first time in a very, very long time, and they decide to sack him now. And you know they're trying to say that it's got nothing to do with the Super League. I don't buy it. We all know that Mourinho is the sort of guy who would cause issues. If he doesn't like it, he's gonna say something.
And I think the depressing thing is, in 10 years' time, in 10 years' time, the sad thing is people are going to fall into the trap and accept this as the normal football.
Nah, I don't even think this is.
That's what we did with the Premier League when it was first introduced. We broke away from the football league.
I don't even think this shit is going to get off the ground. The man who's running it, the man who's running it clearly has more mental disabilities than the entire country of the world. Like the entire world, this man seems to have more mental illnesses than all of them put together. This man is clearly on some sort of crack cocaine.
Well, like I said, you know, whatever he's smoking, give me some.
Yeah, Owen's saying, but when costs in the games of football goes up, the revenues have to up, don't they? They should be looking to increase their revenues in other ways. They are more ethical, but you can't really blame them, really. I can blame them, and I will blame them.
Okay, they've taken the easy way out here. They've just taken the easy option here.
Yeah.
The costs in football are going up because these clubs are spending so much money on players. They're the reason for these costs going up and the wages being increased. It all comes back to these clubs making these decisions to spend this much money in the first place. If they weren't willing to go out and spend £200 million to secure the likes of Neymar, you know, these things have an effect throughout football. And it's these sort of transfers that then say, well, players then think, well, there's this much money in the game, you know, and if they're willing to go and spend £200 million to sign someone like Neymar, well, then, you know, surely they'd be willing to spend this much on my wages. So, you know, I'm then going to go to my agent. I'm going to tell my agent, go and renegotiate. I want more money. If they can get paid this much, I want this much. And, you know, at the end of the day, this all adds up. And these are the problems. They create their own problems. The reason that costs in football are going up is because of these clubs.
Romano updates. Romano update. Again, this is from the Florentino Perez interview. He's confirmed that Real Madrid, Chelsea, and Man City and Manchester and Arsenal will not. He thinks they won't be suspended from the Champions League and Europa League semi-finals. He said, impossible. I can assure that 100%. Seguro. He's fucking deluded.
Okay, so he clearly hasn't actually been reading what UEFA have been saying today, which is the only thing preventing them from not being kicked out is literally
he's living in his own bubble.
They're looking at legal now. The legal advisors are literally looking at what they can do. The only thing that will stop them is legal avenues. And this is UEFA, so I'm sure they've got a loophole.
Oh, here we go. Eduardo Hagen, 10 seconds. He says Perez says the Premier League is impossible to change. If the bigger clubs are stronger, then the rest of the teams will be stronger. Sorry, what? Not if you're taking all their finances away and their TV revenues away. They're not going to be stronger. They'll be weaker.
Owen saying, Russ, I respect your opinion wholeheartedly, but unfortunately on this issue, you're absolutely wrong, my friend. Good show, lads. I've left a like and subscribe. Look, everyone's allowed to disagree. No, I'm sure when we talk about who agrees with the Super League and who doesn't agree with the Super League, there's gonna be some more disagreements. But I do appreciate the like and the subscribe.
Oh my God, the most disrespectful.
One minute. Let Russ come back at that. You're muted, by the way. Russ, you're muted.
Sorry, no, I appreciate the like and subscribed. Obviously, I would be interested to know, why I'm wrong, rather than you just telling me that I am wrong. You know, a reason.
You're absolutely wrong. Not just wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
I would be interested to know why I'm absolutely wrong in that aspect. Yeah. But other than that, I appreciate the difference of opinion.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Aaron, what update is there now? And I swear, if it's Perez, I don't want to hear it.
Oh no, trust me, you'll want to hear this one. This is
Really?
another. This is deluded statement number 160,000. He says, according to the Madrid Zone, Manchester Barca will be more attractive than Manchester versus a smaller team. That is just disgraceful.
It may be more attractive, but after about 3 or 4 years of about 3 or 4 of them games in a season, it's not going to be as attractive anymore, is it? Because the thing is, these are attractive because they're not rarely done. Like
Precisely.
They're very, very rare to see United taking on Barcelona or to take on Real Madrid. Mainly because United aren't a good enough team to get into Champions League. And also, they're just not a good enough team to even get out of the group stage. But I don't agree with that. The interesting bit I saw is apparently a Super League have took legal advice, I'm presuming from Florentino Perez, that they have received that they cannot be stopped from doing this as it would breach EU and UK competition rules.
They've just spoken about clubs.
But that doesn't stop the competitions from banning your ass though. Which
of course, literally.
And apparently the Super League, the Super League have written to UEFA and FIFA warning that it has filed motions in court preventing the footballing authorities imposing bans.
And that isn't even the worst of it. I've just had something come up about clubs. PSG were not invited as of today. We haven't even spoke to German clubs. We are now 12 clubs. We want to become 15. If PSG and Bayern refuse, the Super League competition will not be cancelled. This is a bullshit. That is from Perez. Believe it or not.
Do you want to know what I think? Anything that comes out of his mouth is bullshit. But
anything out of his mouth is crap. It's crap.
No, he's talking about.
I wonder if Perez and Trump were separated at birth because they.
there is a strong possibility that is the case. But the question I want to ask, obviously, I don't know when we're wrapping up. Probably when Florentino Perez shuts his mouth. But I want to gauge a thought of who actually is for the Super League and who's against the Super League.
Against.
Right? So I will start. I am totally against this with a lot of reasons why, and that won't change. But Sulz, are you for or against the Super League?
The concept.
And I want you off the fence, so you're not allowed to shove splinters up your asses either.
All right. The concept of the Super League, I'm for. I'm not gonna lie. I like the concept of it. The way it's been executed, absolutely abysmal. The thing is, right, these statements are just so bizarre to me because Florentino Perez, I forgot to mention earlier, said, no. This is a funny one, yeah, because it's so hypocritical, this statement. He goes, it will save football because we'll be able to spend more money to buy smaller club players. I'm like, didn't you just rob Odegaard of someone? You robbed the likes of, Vinicius. You robbed the likes of Rodrigo. You didn't even pay fees for these. And there was another player as well who no longer fucking exists. He was a fucking YouTube compilation when he was 15, and now I don't know where the fuck he is. And he's been doing this for years. This is why I don't like it, because these statements that are now coming out more and more is making me go further and further away from the concept, because the concept, I like it. I don't disagree with the concept, but the execution, the drama, the disregard of the fans. If they had done this is when I would have been for it. If they had come out and said, right, fans, we've got this whole new concept. We need your input. Do you like this idea or do you not want it? If they had come and gave us even an ounce of respect to just have a vote on it, if we then voted yes, then it's like Brexit, right? If when people voted leave, you hold your hands up and go, you know what? That's what the people wanted. The same thing.
Out of interest, what would you have voted?
From the concept, I probably would have voted yes, but with obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing, because the proposal wasn't ever meant to be out. It was meant to compete with the Champions League, not with the Premier League. Obviously, it's become that. It's become something which is obviously because of FIFA and UEFA. Obviously, I totally understand all of that. But it was never meant to rival the domestic leagues. It was always meant to kind of shove the Champions League away and bring this whole new concept in because they don't agree with the way UEFA are running the Champions League.
Why do you agree with the concept though? Why do you agree with the closed aspect?
Because it's not a closed competition.
Well, no, it really is, Sulz, because
It is,
Arsenal could literally flat bottom and do jack shit and be invited every single year because they're a founding member.
No. The reason why I say it's a bit of both is a 50-50 because look, I'm talking about how the concept, I'm not talking about what they've now come and said, but the concept was always there were going to be the founding clubs and then there was going to be a section of people who can be obviously relegated and then bought in. So that was always going to be like 5, maybe 10 clubs, whatever it may have been, would have been the switchables. You know, they would have come in.
Why do you agree that the 12 or 15 clubs, no matter what they do, no matter what their achievements are entitled to play in the Super League? I'm not having to go at you. I'm just curious. And why do you think Arsenal are entitled to play in a Super League when they've achieved nothing in recent success?
No, 100%. It's not. I don't think, from my standpoint, it's not about the entitlement. I know this is gonna sound so hypocritical, but it's to keep them. Because the thing is, I know people don't want to hear this, but you kind of have to keep these clubs happy because and I said this earlier, the unfortunate thing is they are the revenue bringers. These are the clubs that you rely on for your leagues to bring revenue into those, the TV deals and everything. And I think what you have to give in sometimes. And I'm not saying completely give in, and I'm not saying it's and my point for the whole concept isn't about the entitlement. It's about keeping them happy so that maybe, just maybe, my hope is that, you know, the money they're going to generate from the Super League, they will then. It's impossible for this to happen, but there might be a thing of, all right, let the Premier League clubs have more money. Maybe the share structure.
Come on, you don't even believe that yourself.
But the thing is, though, maybe there is a concept of maybe more eyes being bought into the Premier League. Maybe
reform of the Champions League, I'm all for. But this entitlement, the Tottenham Hotspur, a club that haven't even won a league whilst I've been alive, have a God-given right to be in the Super League because they have money. That is what I'm saying. Adam calling me out saying, "Niall, are you still backing and bigging up City?" Well, I said this yesterday. If you listen, though, you might not have been on the stream. At the time I was bigging up City, they hadn't agreed to this, or their name hadn't been mentioned. Their name was then mentioned, and then I said that they were fucking wankers and told them to go get a 20-inch dildo and shove it up their ass. You might not have heard that, but I did call them out on it after. Velvish One saying, I watched the Liverpool game because my heart told me to. Didn't celebrate when we scored, didn't flinch when Leeds scored, but at the end of the game, I felt like I wanted to cry. I understand that, I do. But yes, also, I just don't understand like this bit about Spurs, the God-given right, the entitlement.
I don't know why they're in it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why Arsenal are in it, but we'll get to that point.
But the thing is with Arsenal, they're still, in terms of England, they are still one of the bigger teams.
Yeah, but what have they achieved in recent years to entitle them to this?
That's with most of them. But the thing is,
United have won a league title, and they also won the Europa League in 2018.
We won an FA Cup. The thing is, right, it depends on what you want to determine as what is a big success or what is a big cup.
Well, for me, winning a European tournament or the league.
They are still one of the more successful English teams. They're in the top 3. They're the third in terms of trophies won. They are third. That's the thing.
But in recent success, they're not.
No, but that's the thing. They're still a Premier League club, though. They've still got Premier League pedigree.
Surely the best way to go about this is if you are successful. So if you finish within the top 6, so you get European football, or you win the FA Cup.
The Champions League.
Yeah, but
that is basically the champion. What my point isn't the entire.
But surely it's about success.
No,
surely it's about the success, and that's what gives you this.
That's not my point.
This European football.
I don't agree with the entitlement part of it. But the problem is with these big clubs who have so much money and who, as much as we don't want to admit, they financially do have the biggest impact on the Premier League. I'm not talking about the lower leagues. I'm talking on the Premier League. They are the ones who bring in these billion-dollar TV revenues. That, as much as we don't want to admit, that's the facts. sometimes you just have to massage their egos. You have to slightly, and I don't agree with it, but you do have to do it just to keep them
Sulz,
happy.
they get a fuck shit ton of money for it instead.
Yeah, but
They get money for being Arsenal. They get money for being United. Right?
Yeah,
why do we have to then give them a European tournament that they can't even be relegated for?
No, because this will happen. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Because if we just give in to their demands and the thing is, yes, the competitor, they don't want no one to be included. They're not just saying we just want the big clubs. There's an element of a certain amount of teams still being able to switch in and out of the Super League or whatever.
Five.
Yeah.
So what? So how are we judging that on who gets them? So does Scotland get a shot? Do Portugal get a shot? Do other countries like sort of Slavia, not Slavia, Prague? Like, who's the other team?
Slovakia, Slovenia.
Yeah. What about that? How are we judging who gets these 5 spots? Because the Champions League for me is the fairest way of doing this. Now, I'm not saying the Champions League is perfect. By all means, it's got its flaws. But for me, the fact that Arsenal and Tottenham, who haven't really, and I think we can all agree, haven't really achieved anything or been successful in recent years, now have this God-given right that they can't even be relegated. So you could, in theory, finish bottom of the league every single year, and then next season still be in that competition because you're Arsenal, because you have lots of money.
No, that's not the part I agree with. The only reason I'm saying it is because money in this game talks, and sometimes you kind of just have to. It's not the right way to go around it, and I don't like it, by the way. I'm not saying I agree with this whole sort of concept of not being relegated, because that's, for me, the fun of football, being relegated and then having these promotion stories, etc., etc. But the problem that I have, right, is that these clubs are too financially strong. And sometimes, just to be able to regulate these clubs, you have to kind of do something to keep them happy. I'm not in agreement, by the way. I'm not saying I agree with the entitlement or the God-given right or however else you want to, obviously phrase it. But because of their sort of stature, because they are a big stature, that's just the brand of Arsenal. Spurs, I don't give a fuck about. I still think they're an unknown. But Arsenal as a brand in football or in England is still big in terms of global reach instead of
with the way it is now and the entitlement. Would you have still voted for it with
the entitlement? No. Well, the way they were looking, obviously there was going to be an element of that, but
yeah,
I feel like that's why I said the concept I like, because I don't mind these, like, the giants of football coming together. I like that because that's what we live and dream for. But the way they've got about
it, already have that.
They believe they don't have enough of it.
Is that not what the Champions League is? Surely the Champions League already is the giants of European football.
And I remember the
Champions
League. The Champions League used to only be the Champions League used to only be the winners, right? So they've already included. They've already included the top 4 for the big leagues. Like only England get England, Spain, Germany get the top 4. They get 4 places each. So for that, I just wanted to try and get that bit out of you, because obviously the people watching, I know obviously emotions are high, and I didn't want them thinking that because you're an Arsenal fan you agree with the entitlement. That's sort of what I was trying to get at.
It's not the entitlement for me is obviously ridiculous. To be fair, I like the way things are right now. Obviously, before this whole thing came out, I like it because that's the exact. It's like, about my excitement about the Europa League, and we're facing a former manager. The whole storyline of Good Evening and Arteta and the former manager, the one who we wanted out, and the chosen one, the golden boy. The whole storyline, I was very excited about. Now it's all been killed off for me, because the thing is, this Super League, the reality of the matter is, I'll give it 3 seasons before I think, people are going to get really bored of this. Because the thing is, we love an underdog story. And who's the underdog in the Super League? No one. There isn't an underdog because they literally are putting.
Yeah,
Like
if Arsenal or Spurs win the Super League, fuck me, this is going to be absolutely mad.
You know, it's annoying because a lot of the thing is, right, they're not, Perez especially isn't going to fool anyone. He's like the TV stations, like Gary Neville, like Jamie Carragher, like everyone else we've spoken about today. They're making all the right noises. Even Perez is making. I know it sounds deluded, like what he's saying. No. Hear me out. What I'm saying. He has said some things that sound right in terms of, we're going to be spending more money on the smaller leagues in terms of their play. Bullshit. We know it's bullshit, but I'm not saying what he's saying is facts and what he's gonna go ahead and do it. All I'm saying is all the statements that we've read out today are deluded. Yeah, because they could have done this anyway. This could have been done regardless of whether there was a Super League. This could have all been done without the need of a Super League coming in. And UEFA actually openly admitted we're going to work with these clubs to make a tournament they agree with. Now, I don't know whether UEFA told them, no, we don't like your idea, we want to do it our way. I don't know what's happened behind the scenes for this to just erupt the way it has. But the fact of the matter is that for the fact that they've gone and done this a day before the UEFA announcement goes to me and shows that they didn't even care what they were going to say.
They also did it on the 133-year anniversary of creating the Football League. So they had two slaps in two faces, which is lovely to see. But I just want to get to some comments here from Adam, and if you agree with the Super League, be prepared to be grilled, because I will grill you. Sulz has just had it, but Sulz also knows that he can get out of it quite well. We have passionate debates. We've had many. Obviously, I'm Arteta in and he's Arteta out, and we've had many debates about that, haven't we, mate? Adam saying Arsenal in it because of their owner, not because of recent success. Conte is cashing in on buying Arsenal's history and heritage. Sulz is right. Money talks. Leipzig are invented into it. A club that was founded in 2009. They are owned by Red Bull and are actually the smallest club in the Bundesliga historically. Better get used to watching Formula One now for years to come. I'll watch both. I'll watch the Premier League. I will still watch the Premier League. I will still try to create content on the Premier League. I'll figure a way. You'll probably see the same panel, but it'll be a bit weird. I haven't worked out yet. I'm also, us content creators are also now in that stage of what the fuck do we do? We are probably going to have to sell our soul and cover the Super League. I'm hoping it's on a channel free. Not free, but obviously a fairly decent channel that I can watch. But welcome
to Let's Talk Super League, everyone.
Yeah, Russ is sorting out the thumbnails for that and the logo. How disgusting the announcement! How disgusting the announcement last night was the same week as Hillsborough. Yeah.
I didn't even remember.
Yeah, you had Hillsborough, UEFA, you had EFL anniversary, all complete madness. Professor, are you for or against the Super League?
Well, I'm not sure if you guys were under any sort of confusion or something, but just to be very clear, I'm I've decided I've finally swallowed Florentino Perez's bullshit. I'm going to get ESL tattooed on my chest. I'm a bollocks. It's a load of crap. And look, for years I had been saying, and Sulz makes a good point. These big clubs do have huge fan bases. They do bring in revenue into these competitions. I'm not going to deny that. UEFA realised this when the old format of the Champions League or the European Cup was only reserved to just the winners of their respective leagues. So then they slowly started expanding the competition. As things evolve over time. There was a time when the World Cup was only a handful of teams, but then as teams all around the world got better, they decided, we can expand this. I would have been okay with expanding the Champions League, if it meant, inviting the top 5 in the Premier League or the top 6 or whatever, making it a bigger competition, including more teams, but still keeping it on merit. And what's basically happened is, and I keep making the point about the Arsenals, the Spurs, and the AC Milans, is that even if they allowed the top 5, the top 6, or the top 7, Arsenal, Spurs, and AC Milan would still miss out. So they were just basically trying to look for a way that they can still remain relevant. Now, this is another point that I have to make about, big clubs being big clubs. It's now coming up to 10 years since City won the FA Cup, which was their first trophy in 35 years. Now, obviously, City's success between then and now has been unprecedented, with the exception of not winning the Champions League. A big club is only a big club if they're not only because of what they've got financially, but also if they can reflect that on the pitch. And that's how City have become a big club. Regardless of what you might think about buying success or whatever, the fact is they've been able to back that up with success on the pitch. Now, that's something that, say, Wolves, who have big financial backers, haven't been able to done. That's something that, say, Leicester, with all, the 2016 Premier League title aside, haven't been able to do. It's the reason why, for example, historically great teams like Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa aren't that relevant anymore because they don't have the success on the pitch to reflect that. So, Arsenal don't have a God-given right to remain relevant as a big club because of history. Eventually, history fades into the background. They haven't been champions of England since 2004. And it's worth making the point again that I said yesterday, even in 26 years as manager, Arsene Wenger only won the Premier League title 3 times. He never won back-to-back titles. Arsenal never dominated the Premier League, with the exception of the Invincible season, but they never won back-to-back league titles. And, apart from 2006 when they got to the Champions League final, didn't even come anywhere near close to winning the Champions League. So, success has to be earned. It's not something that should be given to you with a free pass. And this is why I'm totally against the concepts of this European Super League, because for me, it's not just about being emotional about the Champions League, thinking of that as the biggest prize in club football, which it still is, and it will be. It will remain that, regardless of what happens with this stupid Super League. They could just get the trophy and they can get up their asses. It will never replace the prestige of winning the Champions League. It will never replace the prestige of winning the World Cup. To me, those are the 2 biggest trophies, not just in football. They are the 2 biggest and most famous prizes in all of sport. And success has to be earned. If you're winning on the pitch, whether it's 5 years in a row, 10 years in a row, you'll be celebrated as a big team. If you haven't been, then that's just the way it works. That's just the way the world works. You're not going to be the number 1 team forever. You have to accept that there are other teams out there who might be just as good as you, if not better. As England football fans, we have had to realize that the hard way. Since 1966. Well, let's be honest, for a team of England standing, for its history of world-class players that we've had, either side of 1966, we should have won far more World Cups than just that one, on home soil. But we don't have a God-given right to be considered a big team all the time, and, performances on the pitch reflect that. And, this is what I think is just complete bullshit about the ESL. They can't talk about this being for the good of the sport or the good of the game, as FIFA, that's FIFA's motto, for the good of the game. This doesn't represent anything about the values of the good of the game. This just represents everything that, some of us have been complaining about since the day the Glazers took over at Manchester United. This is everything that we feared could happen to football, once, you get these big, rich multi-billionaires who, with all due respect, are not football fans. They're not true sports. I mean, yeah, they might be into their whole NFL, but the Premier League and football, is not like the NFL. They've never understood that. They have never appreciated that. I mean, look at Blackburn. When they were, I don't know if they're still owned by the Venkis. The big multi-millionaire billionaires from India. Great that they have the money to pump into a club, but you have to understand football. And this is what some of these multi-billionaire owners don't understand. They don't understand football. They don't understand that it's more than just about pumping money in and expecting get the team to win games. It's about developing those links with the community to make sure that the club is still there 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. The club is more, it's more than just, putting trophies in the cabinet. It's also about forging a link with communities that last generations. And this is what's completely going down the drain with the ESL. It takes that away. It rips the heart out of football as a community club. And, I honestly hope that these clubs, City, Chelsea, Liverpool, United, Spurs, they do the right thing and turn around. And, the diplomatic thing for them to say would be, look, we're not sure that this is going to work out for now. We're not going to agree to it for now. Maybe we'll review it again in 2, 3, 4 years' time. That would be the right thing to do. And it's interesting. You made the point about Hillsborough, and I mentioned this yesterday. I do reserve a lot of criticism for Liverpool, especially because Liverpool have always portrayed themselves as this sort of family club, the club that represents everybody in the city of Liverpool, that they represent the heartbeat of the city of Liverpool, that that the rest of Liverpool and the rest of the country, and they did, cried with them, at the tragedy at Hillsborough, and that somehow they are, just like the Dallas Cowboys refer to themselves as America's team. Liverpool and Liverpool's fans seem to think of themselves as Britain's team, but yet they've completely done the very opposite of everything that they stand for. Now, I don't want to be controversial and say that it shits on the memory of those who perished in Hillsborough. That would be completely inappropriate to say that. But I guess you understand the point I'm trying to make. Liverpool, more so than United, more so than City, Chelsea, and Spurs and Arsenal, have always portrayed themselves as deeply embedded within that community around Anfield, around Stanley Park. And what they have done by committing to this completely goes against that. And that, for me, is what is very heartbreaking about City's involvement, because City, even with the success they've had over the last 10 years, the vast majority of their fan base are pretty much working class Mancunian people from East Manchester. And I wouldn't be surprised guessing how they're feeling right now about all this.
Yeah, no, I think you've sort of worded that perfectly. I mean, I actually, I've loved hearing from you. Very wise about how you speak and how you sort of get your point across. It's refreshing to see. And this is obviously, you are the first City fan, proper City fan. The other one was a bit deluded, but you're the first City fan that we've proper had on this channel, and you make very good points, and you actually sort of make me like City. Not anymore. I mean, they're now complete cunts. But if I had spoken to you a few months ago, I would have probably liked City a bit more. Adam saying, why are you against the Super League? You guys might actually get promoted to the EPL. Might be the operative word. And secondly, firstly, destroys the English pyramid. Secondly, destroys the financial ability that English football has. And thirdly, we're going to lose a lot of clubs because they can't afford to survive because of the selfishness of a select few clubs. So there's that. And Chris saying Plymouth would rather play Liverpool, for example, in the Premier League than bloody Bournemouth. Yeah, there is also an element of that as well. But look, we'll just get Leicester, Everton, Villa, Southampton, Newcastle. We'll just turn them into the big clubs. But yeah, you may, mate.
If I could just add a point there. I mean, with all due respect to that comment, if Bournemouth were in the Premier League by their own merit, what would be the shame in saying that you're playing against Bournemouth in the Premier League? This goes back to the point I made about success. You earn success. If Bournemouth, obviously they've been in the Premier League for a number of seasons and unfortunately got relegated, but they were there on merit. It's like Stoke. Stoke were there for a good however many years before they got relegated. If Plymouth, in your wildest dreams, if they ever got promoted to the Premier League.
Hey, I've done it on FM Manager. I've done it on FM.
And if they were there consistently for 10 or 15 years as an established Premier League side, what would be less glamorous about a game between, Arsenal and Plymouth Argyle, if an established Premier League heavyweight? And that's the beauty of football. It's earning the right to call yourselves the champions, to call yourselves the winners. That is it's a special feeling. I mean, for me, I like going to museums. Sorry if it makes me sound like a boring guy, but I've seen lots of great things in museums all over the world. But the one thing for me that stirs the emotion the most is seeing the replica of the Jules Rimet Trophy, you know, in the Football Museum in Manchester, and Jeff Hurst's, you know, 1966 medal. And you know, I had the pleasure of meeting Jeff Hurst a couple of years ago at a charity event, and you know, listening to him talk vividly, you know, one-to-one about that game, you know, about what was going through his mind when he was scoring those goals. You know, for me, you know, I come from a British Asian background. My parents weren't born in this country. So in that sense, I don't have a sort of ethnic or cultural link to Britain in that sense. So, you know, actually hearing these stories from Jeff Hurst himself, you know, talk about it so passionately, for me, it was like, you know, it was like reliving that moment with him and just thinking, you know, how it must have felt that day in front of your home fans to lift the biggest prize in your sport, and by extension, the biggest prize in any sport that day in front of your home fans, to climb up the steps at Wembley, be presented that trophy to you by, you know, the Queen and the Prime Minister. You even had Muhammad Ali attend that game. You know, it was, you know, those are memories that last a lifetime, you know, and the ESL, it isn't about that. It's not about creating that sort of legacy. It's not about creating that sort of memories. It's not creating that sort of inspiration. I mean, let me give you another example. I'm sure we all have opinions on Diego Maradona, you know, where, you know, being controversial, you know, his hand of God and everything. But for me as an England fan, one way to look at it, not just about the hand of God, but I feel, I know it sounds like a weird thing to say, I feel a sense of pride that we are associated with that game in which he scored probably the greatest goal ever scored by any player, which will never, ever be topped again. Sure, we were on the wrong side of that result, but sometimes you just have to sit back and applaud players or a team when they put in, you know, a performance that just makes you realize why you love that game and why you love football. You know, those are moments that you live for as a football fan. And, you know, these owners, you know, Florentino Perez, you know, on his acid trip, you know, I don't think maybe I know it sounds like you know, I'm being, you know, naive or, you know, being all emotional and oversensitive, or maybe, you know, some might say being a snowflake here, but maybe they've forgotten what it means to be a football fan or a sports fan.
Yeah.
No, to add to that as well, you know, I'm from Manchester, born and bred. You know, I know about the City fans.
Same.
Obviously, I give a lot of stick to City fans. You know, but that's just Manchester banter, right? Like, I do it for different reasons. But you know, even just talking about all of these like underdog stories, we look at the, you know, when Leicester won the league, we look at the likes of when Blackburn won the league. You know, when we look at the likes of, you know, the Leeds domination of English football, it's like we're no longer going to see this. You know, the success stories and the stories of our generation, when we can tell kids about, you know, how Leicester done it. Like, they went from the brink of relegation to a season turnaround to going to be English champions. And not only that, to then proceed to become a Champions League established team. As much as we want to say, yeah, they've been knocked out and they've been knocked into the Europa League and all of this, they are a consistent top 4 team ever since. And they deserve every bit of, you know, being in that Champions League, being in that Europa League as anyone else. No one should be given a God divine right to be in any competition until they earn it. Now, I know earlier I said about, you know, that's because I don't believe in the entitlement. I'm just saying why that was happening. But even when I talk to, you know, lower league fans and like lower league players, they'll tell you as well, like, their dreams and ambition is to take their club to the promised land of the Premier League. That promise, or that promised land and that dream of the Premier League, is being destroyed. And it's not even just the Premier League, even La Liga. You know, I follow a club called Real Oviedo, who are a club who you could buy shares into. You could pay, I think it was about, it wasn't even a lot of money. It was about a couple of £100, and you can have a full-on share on the club, and you can be invited onto board meetings and everything. And their story, you know, of being a fan-owned club coming into La Liga and you know, establishing themselves. They're in the 2nd division, I believe, right now. And but it's stories like that we won't ever be able to tell or replicate anymore, because they've taken and this is the thing, the soul of football has just been ripped out.
No, I totally
agree. I agree.
Yeah, so do I. Everyone watching, please smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. It would massively help us out. we're going to be bringing you a lot more content from this. Obviously, as news develops, we'll be back again tomorrow night. I'll see who's about. Obviously, it would normally be the Arsenal show, so I will try and get a couple of the Arsenal boys on. But obviously, the big decision will come out of the Premier League tomorrow. So we'll have that. We'll have a panel again where we'll discuss what's gone on. Because I feel like this is just going to be a developing story for the next week. So we've got content for next week sorted. I don't know if we're going to still do the top 6 or the top 4 shows this week. There's a possibility we will. Maybe
I mean,
less so.
if I can just ask a quick question, guys. I mean, we're jumping the gun a little bit here, but what do you predict is going to come out of this meeting tomorrow?
Everyone's getting kicked out. The Premier League is booting everyone out.
If that happens, then surely the season has to end by the end of tomorrow afternoon.
No. So what will happen is they'll do it diplomatically, where the top 6 can finish their season, or they'll boot them out, and we'll just have the last 14 to finish the season.
I just want to say a joke here, because obviously I know we're getting a bit sick, but Domino's Pizza tweeted, right, launching a new pizza, # European Super League, toppings, greed, betrayal, some amazing football teams, and Arsenal and Spurs.
We love to see it. A couple of comments here. We are gonna, obviously we're going around the panel. Adam saying, is Professor for real comparing City owners to Leicester owners? That's embarrassing. I guarantee you, if the Saudis took over Newcastle, they would wipe the floor with City. Well, no, because City's actually well run. But
I am being for real. Yes, thank you, Adam.
Love it.
I am a professor. May I remind you?
I love it.
Professor,
I absolutely love that. That's brilliant. And it's not like the owners have tried to hide the fact that it's completely money-made move. Yeah. But Shedden, do you agree or disagree with the Super League?
I am head and toes inside. So, and this is why.
Hold on. Sorry, I missed the first bit of that. So, what are you agreeing with it or disagreeing?
I am agreeing. That's why I said I'm head and toes inside. So, I want to look at it like this. The clubs have been making losses for a few consecutive years now. The football body didn't do anything about it. The clubs have found investors here who are willing to inject the cash and form this league, which will help these clubs balance their books. These clubs have 99 European trophies between them and a huge following. It makes sense financially to both parties. The only reason why UEFA are feeling threatened is because they don't have to share this money between the clubs and keep the 80% to themselves. So I want to see it happen, and maybe it will be improved in the future and open doors to other teams in the parts of it.
My question to you is, these clubs are making losses because they decided to spend stupid amounts of money on transfers and wages. So can you explain to me why, when Roman Abramovich is spending £250 million on players, this now needs to be balanced? I also want to ask, do you understand how this could kill English football and in response to that, kill other English clubs in the lower leagues?
What we've been seeing in the Premier League and other clubs, we are very okay with Real Madrid buying Galacticos, but when Premier League start buying the Haalands, the Sanchos, we have a problem, and we say they're making losses.
No. A club can buy players if they have that money to buy players. Our goal this year, for the first time in my life, started spending money on players. That is because we're financially secure enough to spend that money on a player. So again, the question is, why when you're spending ridiculous amounts of money on players and their wages, do we now have to create a new league for them to balance the books? It's
there is
nonsense.
there is money in the Champions League, but they end up in the wrong pockets. So if a team, or rather teams, and in this case there are 12 of them, find an investor who wants to inject some cash, and they don't have a middleman, and in the middleman here I'm calling you UEFA the middleman, to share those to share the money between the clubs. And I said earlier, UEFA gives the clubs 20% of what they earn from the Champions League, right? The UCL winner gets 82.4 million. Yeah, the EPL winner gets 150 million. That's a total of 232 million. Yeah. If you participate in the European Super League right now, or when it comes, you'll get 350 million euros for participating.
Okay,
only.
so
If you win it, you get 500 million euros.
My next bit to that is, you do realise that money made in UEFA also goes to a lot of the stuff that they create. For example, the campaigns of Say No to Racism may not sound great for you, and they may not have worked, but and yes, of course, UEFA do take a chunk of money because they run the competition. Just like these founding clubs will take a chunk of money because they're running the league. But my question to you is, are you comfortable knowing that potentially 10 to 20 lower league clubs could potentially lose their club because you want to balance the books? And also the bit about money, this won't actually benefit in terms of balancing the books, because what will happen is you will spend more money because more money is coming in, therefore not balancing the books. If that makes sense.
We're missing something here. And okay, we want to call the owners and the clubs selfish and all that, but
yes, I do.
We are not asking ourselves why the clubs want to join this league. And
well, it's quite clear why they want to join the league. It's because they want more money.
It's because they want certainty of income. Yeah. Something
exactly.
They're not getting in the structure
they want to be a part of the elite table, and they're too scared that if they don't perform well, they're not going to be a part of the elite table.
And you have said UEFA has those things that they are funding. You've forgotten that the clubs are committed to keeping. The clubs have things to do with where do they take their money? Let's see. They inject some money to the lower leagues. They have community development. They have staff salaries. They have player purchases, player salaries, manager salaries, stadium development and maintenance, team travels, taxes. What are they left with? Yeah. What are these clubs left with?
I'm sorry, but Argyle have the same amount of things that we have to pay for, but we manage to do it without creating a Super League.
I don't think Plymouth travels on Wednesdays to go to Slavia Prague to play Slavia Prague, right?
You're right. We travel on a shoestring budget all the way up to the north of England on a Tuesday night, but please do continue.
So that's why I'm saying
that's about 600 miles on a coach, but yes, it's absolutely nothing. That traveling is irrelevant.
I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm trying to say the bigger the club, the bigger the money that is coming out of the club through all these things that I've mentioned.
Yes,
okay, and we need more money to come in.
I was about to say,
as much as these clubs are.
But the bigger the club, the more money that comes into that club via sponsorship. So that therefore then balances your costs, if that makes sense.
Okay. Okay. I'm not trying to say.
I bet you the sponsorship deal Argyle have with Puma to do our kits is going to be considerably less to what Chelsea have with. Is it Nike you're with?
Nike.
Yeah. Okay. Can I finish what I was saying earlier then?
You may, but I am going to come back at you and debate this properly. I was
saying I want to see it happen, and maybe it will be improved in the future and open doors to other teams to be part of it. This will serve the clubs and help them post healthy financial results. That's all we want to see. Apart from the clubs being a source of entertainment for us, they are still business. And what I would love to see.
What about the clubs that go bust because of this in the lower leagues? What do you think about them?
I've said these big clubs have money that they are channeling to lower leagues, and if they get more money, what does that mean? They're channeling more money to the lower leagues.
Where is any of the evidence that the Glazers, Kroenkes, and FSG and Perez is going to shove any money into the Football League?
That's where the government is coming in. That's where the government is coming in, right? We saw there were a lot of press conferences today.
They cannot force a private equity to invest into something which they have no commitment to invest into.
What I'm asking is, when the 10 to 20 clubs that go bust in the EFL because the Big Six have decided to fuck off, what do you think about them? What do you think about people losing their clubs because they can't afford to be run anymore?
I don't know where you're getting this from, Ati. Like the people are losing their clubs. There's nothing like losing a club.
The many fans I've spoken to within the EFL over the recent days explaining their financial hardship already. The fact that
it's because
Southend have already been put up in front of the courts and were almost nearly liquidated. I suppose with the less money coming in, that liquidation is not going to happen, because I suppose when they're living off the money that they're getting now, which is going to be more than what happens when you all leave.
But I want to believe the money doesn't come from. For example, let's say the money doesn't come from Chelsea directly to EFL accounts, right?
It does. It does,
goes through Premier League, I believe, right?
Right. Let me explain. So there's something called parachute payments, right? So parachute payments were agreed when the Premier League separated from the EFL. So before the Premier League was created, it was all done via the English Football League, right? We were the ones that had Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, Division 4. Then the Premier League wanted to break away, and that then became the Premier League. Then it was agreed that the Premier League would give parachute payments, which is basically yearly payments, to the EFL for these clubs. So if the Premier League has less money, because the likes of Chelsea, United, City, Arsenal, Liverpool have left, that means there's going to be less money for the parachute payments, which therefore means less money for the Championship, Leagues 1, League 2. Therefore, meaning that clubs will have less money.
So I was saying, these teams are not intending to leave. What the Premier League is doing, they're trying to push them away, right?
No.
It's
incorrect.
Not leaving. So they're not trying to leave. It's the Premier League that has said.
No. In the rule book of the Premier League, which all 20 clubs sign to every single season, it stipulates that you can only enter your teams into the following competitions: the Champions League, the Europa League, the Super Cup, the Community Shield, the FA Cup, the League Cup, and any other competition that is run by UEFA or Premier League, or given permission via these places. Because the Premier League, the FA, and UEFA are refusing to give permission to do this unsanctioned league, therefore that means you have to break away from the Premier League, because you have not got that acceptance. You haven't got that authority to do it, which means you have to break away from the Premier League. So what the Premier League are doing is enforcing their rule book, which all 20 clubs signed at the start of the season.
So I really don't know how to continue this one. I've become exhausted, but I'm all in for it. I want to see how it can go. I want to see how it can be improved. I just want to see UEFA. In Chelsea's statement last night, Chelsea said they are looking forward to working with all key stakeholders, particularly their supporters, as the competition develops. They say
You do realize that was a joint statement released by half.
I know.
12 clubs, right?
Going forward, they said the founding clubs will be looking to holding discussions with UEFA and FIFA to work together in partnership to deliver the best outcomes for the new league.
How do you suppose doing that when UEFA want absolutely nothing to do with this league?
And it's because they're not getting anything from the money that is coming from the US investors.
There may be an element of that, but do you not think that the way the clubs have gone about this is completely wrong?
Who are they? Okay, how are they supposed to do it? Because
by opening dialogue, by opening dialogue with UEFA and the Premier League.
I want to believe that has been there.
That has not been done. So I read a statement that Ed Woodward spoke to UEFA and was like, I'm happy with the reforms of the Champions League. We just want to look at financial fair play. But then a week later, they do the Super League. I'm not having a go at you. I'm merely just pointing out the holes in your argument that I would like to be filled with something a little bit more substantial. I'm not, as I say, I'm not having a go. I'm asking the questions like I did with Sulz about what's going on, and they have created no dialogue. They blindsided UEFA the day before UEFA have revamped their Champions League for these elitist clubs, right? So there has been no dialogue. This is the first that UEFA had heard about the Super League.
And if you're asking for proof, I'll give you proof as well in regards to why the timing was so off. Now, UEFA had planned weeks and weeks before, probably even months before, they were going to come out today, yesterday, sorry, because it's obviously past 12 here, to make the announcement of the new format of the Champions League. This was in talks for many months. A lot of the clubs, and also just to kind of reiterate the point, one of the chairmen and one of the board members of the Super League, which is the Juventus chairman or somewhere to do with I've forgotten his name, was part of this committee. So you're telling me if the timing or they didn't know about this was off, I would also like answers, because I do think the timing was perfectly timed to suit them to put off UEFA on their announcement of the Champions League reformat.
I want to believe when they were having those discussions, someone was trying to.
There's been zero discussions. That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the discussions to adding teams to the Champions League.
Right, yeah.
If they had those discussions, if there were discussions, I want to believe there's no way you can just come out and backstab someone if they don't, if they did, or rather they delivered the promise that you had agreed. So if Neil, today I said we'll be hosting this show tomorrow together, then some minutes to 12 tomorrow, you decide, you know what, I'll be doing it with someone else. Yeah. What will I do? I'll just go and start my own channel, because maybe you don't want to honor the promise, right? So I feel like that's what happened.
That doesn't. So when Ed Woodward rings up UEFA, rings up the president, and says, "I'm happy with the Champions League. I'm happy with the reforms. I'm just not happy of financial fair play." But then a week later, blindsides UEFA on the day before their announcement of the new Champions League layout. Do you think that the clubs have gone about this in the right way? Do you think that having the lower league clubs put to the sword to lose their clubs just because 6 clubs need to balance their books from England? Do you think that the way this has been done is the correct way?
Okay, it might not be the correct way, but it sends a message to the fans, to other clubs, that there are problems in UEFA, and
there's problems within the Premier League by the sounds of it.
Yeah, there are problems everywhere, and people need to sit down. And since this one, the European Super Cup hasn't fully isn't fully going on or hasn't started yet, there is a room for discussion. And I think these two parties or three parties or four, depending on who we are talking about here, they're driven by their egos. No one wants to come to the table and discuss it because maybe they'll never agree to whatever they are talking about, or they're just having egos. Like the 6 clubs feel like they bring a lot of money to UEFA and they get peanuts.
So
and
about that, I would like to talk about that quickly. So you said 80% goes to UEFA, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
They fund whatever they fund out there.
Russ has been kindly put in the private chat. Of the estimated gross amount of 3.25 billion, 295 million will be deducted to cover estimated organisational and administrative costs relating to the competitions. 7%, 227.5 million euros, will be set aside for solidarity payments. Of the resulting net revenue of 2.73 billion, 6.5% will be reserved for European football and remain with UEFA, and the other 93.5% will be distributed to the participating clubs. So UEFA gets 6.5% of the money, and the clubs of the Champions League get 93.5% of the money.
So what's your question?
Well, my question is where's the 80% going to UEFA? You said
I was talking about Champions League, not the Super Cup.
Yeah, Champions League doesn't. The UEFA don't take 8%.
So that everything I've just read out is UEFA with their 2 European competitions, the Champions League and the Europa League. So UEFA gets 6.5% and the clubs get 93.5%.
And then obviously it's distributed dependent on the stage of the competition they eliminated from the group stage. You even get an entry fee actually, which is obviously magnificent. But even on this, right? So the new Champions League format is quite mind-boggling to me because obviously, like we said, there'll be 36 teams instead of 32. New spots for elite clubs that failed to qualify. That's a key as well. One league instead of groups. Best 8 reach the knockouts. Other teams to qualify for a new round of playoffs. Every club guaranteed 10 games, increasing the revenue they make. So they basically tried to help these big clubs. Now, if they had fucking waited for this announcement to be made, the Super League is basically this. Well, a smaller version of this, should I say, sorry. And they're trying to help. What the fuck is the problem?
So the Super League was formed before they made these announcements, and I want to believe they made
the Super Club clubs. So the Super League clubs knew this was what the Champions League were doing, because Ed Woodward, as said per statement, had agreed that this was that the reform was good, that they just needed to talk about financial fair play.
So I just want to quickly repeat a point I said. Well, it's now the day before yesterday, I guess, because we're already into tomorrow. But the clubs so the Super League clubs already knew about these Champions League reforms that were going to be coming into play. If anything, as you said, Niall, earlier in the conversation, the only reason we had this revamp was because of this Super League. And I think the reason why it didn't get rubber stamped about 3 weeks ago was because of this announcement that we had on Sunday. They must have been having last-ditch talks to try and prevent this, and something's broken down. But sorry I interrupted, Shedan. Please continue.
So let's see what happens. But I'm not changing my stance. I'll still remain yes to Super League.
I'm not asking you to change your stance. I'm merely asking you to defend some of your points, just like I did with Sulz. So I'm firmly against the Super League for obviously my reasons. But when you say something, I just and I want to find why you think like that, or why you're thinking like that, or when you say, for example, UEFA keep 80% of the money, which is factually untrue. I just
That's what
like
was
to,
happening. That was what was happening before
no,
they
so
given.
on the website, as I said, I'll read it again. Of estimated gross amount of 3.25 billion, 295 million will be deducted to cover estimated organizational and administrative costs relating to the competitions. 7%, 227.5 million euros will be set aside for solidarity payments. Of the resulting net revenue of 2.73 billion, 6.5% will be reserved for European football and remain with UEFA, and the other 93.5% will be distributed to the participating clubs. So when you say that UEFA takes 80% and 20% goes to the clubs, that's just factually untrue.
I was saying UEFA was taking. So I don't know. Okay, I want to believe this is a reaction to ESL, right? This is a reaction, and that's why they decided to reform this. And actually, let me see. They've added more teams, right? So it doesn't even make any difference. Yeah. So if, for instance, I had said earlier, I was writing something here, so I don't know where the paper is. So I said earlier, the winner gets 82.4 million. They've added, how many clubs have they added? Initially, it was 32.
So initially it was 32 clubs, but they've added 4
Now
spaces.
it's 36.
But they've added 4 places to add elite clubs that failed to qualify for the Champions League. So this season, our spot for England would go to Arsenal.
Okay, so it really doesn't make any difference, because if we were to get them, if we were to add something to the 82 million that was initially being given to the winner, they would have got something like, let's say, 95 million or 100 million, right?
Okay.
Now,
but what about the elite clubs that don't qualify that we have to keep happy, which is precisely why they've done it like this. Like, I've got the figures in front of me of what UEFA, how they break down their costs for Champions League, and I just don't see the 80% going to UEFA. I just want to know where you got that 80% from. Like, I don't know where that figure comes from.
I got that earlier. I think that's what was
where from
allocated to the teams. It was somewhere on Twitter. I think it was from Sky Sports. But
please tell me you're not getting figures from Twitter.
Let me. I'll check. Then I'll share it on Twitter. I swear that.
So. But the thing is, it can't be a reputable source, because the fact is, UEFA have literally announced their share structure, and not in one of them does it mention they take 80%. If they were taking 80%, this would have happened years ago. But that's not the.
And I'm talking about those years ago. I'm not talking about what they said today or the statement they gave after the
last season's takings as well. This isn't even about what's going to happen this season.
This is just their breakdown structure of how they distribute the money. Look, as I say, I'm not having a go at you, and we're certainly not ganging up. What I'm just trying to get to the point is I want to understand why you are for the Super League, and why you seem to care so little for the little clubs that are going to go bust because of the money that's going to be lost within English football to create this.
I do care. Neil, I do care about the small clubs, and I hope if European Super League goes ahead and becomes something, we will see some money going to those grassroots levels. So I'm not trying to say they don't deserve anything. They do. They're getting something, yes. Is it enough? I'm not sure. Do they need more? I don't know. So if there is money up there from ESL, I believe it's only fair to share it between the leagues, and if the lower leagues get something just to make those clubs stay afloat, I would love to see that, and it's been happening. Or I don't know if it has been happening. It's been happening, and I want to see it continuing. And if they can get more money, just because we can see you can look at the economy. It's bad everywhere. So if they get more money to just pay their bills, run their whatever happens down there.
Where is the evidence? Where's the evidence that the founding clubs are going to give this money to the EFL?
And that's why I said. That's why I said. I hope going forward. I hope going forward this will be. It will improve in the future.
I can hope that I have that I win the lottery tomorrow. It won't happen, but I can hope that. Like for me,
it happen, and maybe
look, for me, I understand elements of your point. I'm never going to agree with you because I think there's just too much damage towards the English game. And the English game is the reason that these clubs are where they are today. Like it's because of the Premier League and the elevation of the league and what we've done for these clubs that they're even in the elite bubble. So I understand elements of your point. I disagree wholeheartedly with a lot of what you say, but obviously that's the healthy thing about debate. And my job is and my job obviously as host of a channel is to have these debates. Obviously me and Sulz had one earlier where I grilled him on the concept, but because that's what people need to see and people want to see, but I also have to call you up when you're using figures that just are factually incorrect. If I want to be a respectable and fair content creator, when I hear something that's factually untrue, it's my duty really as a content creator to call that out and then to explain the right figures.
I understand, and I agree with that. So I can only hope that we can see these. Okay, we will see where this one goes, but I would like to see it happen. But if it means hurting the small clubs, I don't know, but I don't see it happening really. I don't see it happening. So I really want to see Super League coming. Okay, it's something new. It's exciting to very few, including me. So I really want to see it come, and if that money will be distributed to teams all around the football pyramid,
it won't be that
well and good.
Look,
That's something I hope that will happen. These statements
I appreciate the optimism that you share for the money getting spread, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, the money barely gets spread.
You don't have a proof to that. You don't have a proof to that, Neil.
Can I give you a legal perspective from this, right? So, from the so-called leader of the European Super League, about 5 years ago, he was actually questioned in regards to TV rights being spent and giving a bigger proportion to the smaller clubs who are being promoted into La Liga to have a fair, competitive league. And guess what? He turned around and said, no, because we're the ones who generate the money. So when you're talking about, if they wanted to do it, they had opportunities in the past to do it. I could understand in the pandemic them wanting to take more control of their finances. I totally understand that. But they've had chances in the past where they were generating billions and billions of pounds, right, for Real Madrid alone, and they were greedy in TV right money, which actually wouldn't have impacted them that much anyway, because a lot of their money comes from tourism and not from TV rights. So the fact they couldn't even give, all they wanted to do was, can we give 5% of Barcelona and Real Madrid's percentage over to the smaller clubs? They were like, no. So if they wanted to give money, they would have done it already.
And that's why I just don't believe that any money will come out of the Super League, because at the end of the day, they'll just say, well, we're the ones who have made this money, so why are we handing it over?
Well, let me just
let's see what happens in the future.
All the money that's come out of the Premier League and the Champions League, how much of that, was that redistributed in the EFL? No. How much of that money did Bury FC see? None of it. So I don't buy for 1 second that this is going to benefit the English game. The Super League members, to call them that, are doing this only solely to boost their own profits.
No,
But and that will happen in the short term, but in the long term, it will be a disaster financially. I think it won't drive them out of business, but it will be a disaster.
Yeah.
But I'll let Shadow finish before I say my points.
Yeah.
I've finished. I don't even have more water. my mouth is dry. I'm finished. I can only hope.
Sorry.
I can only hope that there are improvements, because the joint statements that was released yesterday, it didn't give much information. So we can only speculate. We can only hope. But yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the future. It's not like UEFA has been very competent and very good at doing whatever they're doing.
No one is saying that UEFA are the
agree.
No one is saying that UEFA are brilliant. What we're merely saying is that what the big clubs are doing is going to damage football as we see it today. Another quote from Perez. I'm not sure if this was even said. Florentino Perez saying, if young people find football matches too long, it may be because they're not interesting enough. Or maybe we need to make football matches shorter. So we're now going to start shortening a 90-minute match. Like, this guy is completely off his fucking head.
Well, do you remember the former UEFA president? I think his name was Lennart Johansson. He suggested, to improve the standing of the women's game, that the women should wear miniskirts that are shorter and tighter.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no one is questioning UEFA's competence. Everyone knows UEFA are incompetent. But
I mean, this must be some kind of...
The chairman of the Super League is a Fruit Loop. And I don't use the word Fruit Loop loosely. I try not to ever use that word, but he's a Fruit Loop.
Fruit Loops quite nice, though.
They are lovely, but this guy is a sour Fruit Loop. He's an idiot.
Well, no, all the chemicals that are in Fruit Loop, they drive you crazy. But I mean, I think everyone who's signed up to this is a bit of a Fruit Loop, to be honest. If they thought that the fans were going to start waving flags and handing out flowers to passers-by and celebrate that, the birth of the new Super League, like it's the fall of the Berlin Wall or something. I mean,
it's beyond a joke. But Professor, you had some points you wanted to make.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, he's probably gone now, but Adam Lallana, I just wanted to respond to his points.
Yeah, of course.
He said something about well-run ? They have spent £3 billion and flopped in the Champions League. Well, just to quote some statistics here, never quote statistics to a professor and don't have the evidence to back it up. Over the last 12 years, Man City have spent £1.27 billion. So that's substantially less than £3 billion, even if you converted it into dollars. And Man United have spent £817.1 million in that time period, and neither of them have won the Champions League in 12 years. So, I mean, he's suggesting that a well-run club is measured by how many Champions Leagues they've won. No, that would be a successful club on the pitch. They're a well-run club because they're well-run as a business. They've been able to reinvest the money that they've been making from profits. They've been profitable pretty much for most of the time under the Abu Dhabi Group's ownership, except for this past year because of COVID. They're a well-run business because they've been pumping that money back into the club. They've been pumping it into resources, refurbishing the stadium, refurbishing the facilities. And as I mentioned in the private chat, not just, the club's facilities, but also in the surrounding region. If any of you, Sulz, you're from Manchester, you'll remember that area of East Manchester, before they developed it for the Commonwealth Games. It was a complete wasteland. But, the city council, with Man City, completely redeveloped that area. They created shops, supermarkets, flats, hotels. There's a casino. No, not a casino, but there's like a big restaurant there as well. It's actually quite a nice area now. When before it was just a dilapidated industrial estate. And also an important point I made. So Sulz, you'll know this. I don't know how many. So the name of that area is, they call it Sport City because there's a lot of Team GB's national training centres there. You've got the National Cycling Centre, you've got the National Indoor Tennis
That's what
Centre,
you're talking about now. Yeah.
you've got the National Squash Centre, and because
Beautiful.
of the fact, yeah, they're beautiful. You know, I used to train playing squash there, and I was also a medic at the London 2012 and the Manchester 2002 Commonwealth Games. Those facilities and Man City's involvement in redeveloping that area had a direct knock-on effect, not just on the city of Manchester, but by extension, helping, hosting a successful Commonwealth Games helped the UK secure the London 2012 Olympics. And by extension, those facilities helped Team GB's athletes to be successful at London 2012 and at Rio in 2016. So, it goes beyond success on the pitch, if we're going to measure how well City are run and the impact that they've had. I've forgotten what I was going to say now, but it was important to just really just make that point about what we're determining as success here. And it's like, obviously I've used Arsenal as an example in terms of, I don't know about their financials, but I don't know if they've been making a loss in terms of profit. But there's a different, when we're talking about success, we have to kind of make a distinction here. What we're talking about? Are we talking about success on the pitch or success as being run as a club? Now, obviously, Arsenal are not heading for bankruptcy anytime soon, but they're obviously not successful on the pitch. It's the same with Spurs. They're not heading for bankruptcy anytime soon, but they've not been successful on the pitch. And, that's what is, and that was the point I was making about, why was I comparing it to Leicester? Because even if it was a great underdog story, if Leicester hadn't spent the money that they had bringing in those players or, having the facilities, they would have not come anywhere near close to winning the league. This isn't a case of, Roy of the Rovers, punching well above their weight and winning the league. Sure, it was a great underdog story, but whether it was Leicester or whether it was Blackburn, they had money to spend and compete. You need money to spend in professional sport, whether it's football, whether it's the NFL, whether it's in this new IPL, it's not really new anymore, but the IPL in cricket, you need money to spend. So, let's not get, down this path about, just because, they've spent money, they should have won more. Yes, that is true to an extent. But, if up to that point, Man City, think about it, Man City hadn't won a trophy in 35 years, £1 billion, £2 billion, £3 billion wasn't going to turn them into winners overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. And, I'm glad, in a way, they have made Man City consistent challengers for all these prizes. In that period, City have stayed consistently in the top four.
Yeah.
It's not a case of that they won the league one season, then finished in the 7th the next season. They've stayed consistent within that period. And I think, this other comment about if the Saudis had bought Newcastle, they would have wiped the floor with City. Well, they didn't, so we don't need to talk about the Saudis.
I've got a statement from Ajax. Obviously, Ajax aren't one of the clubs that have taken part. And Edwin van der Sar, obviously former United player, well respected within the footballing community. But before I read that out, if you want to have your say, the link is in the chat. Come and have your say. We're going to be live for about the next 13 minutes, and then we'll be calling it a day. That for me is that will be a long enough stream. Again, as I said, we'll be back tomorrow. Obviously, more developments going to be coming tomorrow. We'll be reacting to the Premier League statement. They're having their meetings tomorrow. UEFA obviously having a meeting tomorrow regarding the decision on what's going to happen with the rest of the season. So me and I'm sure some more of the panel will be back on to discuss that. Obviously, it would normally be the Arsenal show, but don't know if that's quite going to go as it is, because the Super League is no disrespect to Arsenal Football Club, much more important to discuss and to react to. But the statement from Ajax on Monday afternoon, UEFA announced the UEFA Champions League will be played in a different format in the future. Ajax also learned that a number of clubs are setting up a Super League. Edwin van der Sar responds to these developments. Ajax is completely taken aback and disappointed by the announcement of a possible Super League. We support the new setup proposed by UEFA as confirmed on Monday. Through my work for the ECA, I have been involved in a number of years of discussions about a new format for the UEFA club competitions. In the past, Ajax have worked together with the ECV and the KNVB to make a number of changes happen. For example, to make participation in the UEFA Champions League more accessible for clubs. We thought we had found a solution to the so-called Swiss model with more international fixtures for more clubs. We are very disappointed in the sudden and late turnaround that fellow directors of some top international clubs have made this weekend. With the result, with that, a very uncertain period threatens the horizon of European football. That is obviously from Ajax.
Ajax stand to lose out on this, to be honest.
Yes.
You know, this is an example of, you know, clubs who have a history, who historically were big clubs, who, for the fact that they just don't have the kind of money, you know, the Man Cities or the Chelseas or the Barcelonas of the world have, are just going to be completely left in the dark.
Yeah, it's absolutely mad. But
know,
look, it's totally unacceptable in my opinion how this is all gone about and how it's been dealt with. Because at the end of the day, the way
can I
this
also
is.
add, you know what? What's even more of a disgrace, right? So this is from this is to all the Premier League clubs. You've taken taxpayers' monies to take loans and furloughs because you couldn't afford to keep your club running, which is bullshit because you've got enough money to do it. You just did it because you had the opportunity to do it. And then you turn around and basically give a big fuck you to the country who supported you when we're in a global pandemic. Whether you actually needed it or not is another discussion and another debate we can have. But a lot of the taxpayers paid, and I know Spurs and Arsenal actually did take a loan, and Liverpool did they tried to do furlough. The backlash was too much for them to continue doing it. And now, you know, that this proposal of nearly £300 million or whatever it may be has come, you jumped the gun, disregarding everything we've done for you.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Fuck me, this interview he did was absolutely ages.
Yeah. Just go on my Twitter. I put the main quotes. I've tweeted the main quotes.
Oh my god, how bloody long? What? Here we go. Football is going through a very tough situation, and the Super League will save the clubs financially. We came to the conclusion that having the Super League instead of Champions League, we could help alleviate the loss income. When you have no income other than broadcasting rights, you say the solution is to offer more attractive matches that allow fans from all over the world to watch the big teams play each other. Here at Madrid, we lost a lot of money and we are in a very bad situation. Top clubs in Spain and England are coming to conclusions about fixing football. Madrid alone lost 400 million this season. Nothing was done about that. They're also putting a new roof on their stadium, which will also be a little bit of a background to that.
Is this Real Madrid?
Yeah, Real Madrid. They're shoving a roof on the Bernabeu. That's why they're not playing at the Bernabeu, isn't it?
When did it rain in Spain? Please remind me. It rarely rains. What is a roof going to do?
Apparently, it makes
they're blocking the sun out.
Apparently, it makes the Bernabeu look better. He's shoving a roof on it. Fuck knows why.
I mean, don't rule out the possibility that, you know, Perez is going to do a Mr. Burns and try to block out the sun.
Yeah. Oh, we've got Matt. Matt is back in the building. We're just going through Perez's. We're just going through Perez's interview.
Acid trip, as Professor likes to say.
Acid trip.
The more competitive games, the more revenue the clubs will generate, and that's how we'll survive this situation. The Super League is a solution. Football has to evolve. 40% of young people aren't interested in football because there are too many matches of low quality, and we have to adapt. 16 to 24-year-olds aren't interested in football. This man says some shit. We have to change something to make this sport more attractive at a global level. That is what we have done with the Bernabeu. It's already at a global level, but hello, dickhead. If we have more money, it will be better for everyone because we'll be able to sign players from the smaller clubs for a lot of money and help them too. I call that bullshit. This will all be better for all clubs, not just elite. All I do is, I can't believe I'm about to say this. All I do is for the good of football. Wow. The Super League is not a closed league. That's totally false. It is an open league that any good team can reach regardless of the name. The Super League is like the Champions League. We have 15 teams and now 5 teams. It will not be a closed league. The 5 teams will earn their place every season.
So what happens to the other 15 teams then?
Oh, they're entitled to it. The new Champions League format will not save football. I don't understand it. It won't help anything. Sounds like the Super League, to be honest.
So hang on a second. Will 5 teams be definitely relegated every year?
According to the statements, yeah.
If you
so that means the 5 promoted teams would therefore have to always be relegated by default then, because if the others are going to be there by default because they're founding members, that means the 5 promoted teams could be the top 5, but by the rest of it,
you make a very.
I think what I'm not justifying this, by the way. I'm just saying I think the way they're looking at it is if you're not in the, they'll then. Yeah, it's stupid. I can't actually know that. There's no way of justifying this. It's just stupid.
Does the Super Bowl not do something like that, where like they only certain teams can play in it certain years, or some shit like that?
No, because the way I was thinking is what they might do is, say, for example, if you are one of the 5 and you end up finishing near the top, you don't get relegated, but then only short. But then it's like, well, then 5 and 5 will never happen. It could be one year.
Okay. We've got more from Perez. He did a long interview, apparently. If you win, you receive 120 to 130 million from UEFA. With the Super League, you will earn much more. Yay! We want to save football for the next 20 years. The Super League will do that. UEFA is a monopoly. They had to say what they said today.
You know, this interview with Perez, it feels like some kind of psychiatric evaluation that you have with a mental health patient, and they tell you all this stuff about how, you know, the world's conspiring against them and that they have evidence of an assassination.
Our players will not be banned from the World Cup, I guarantee it. They can 100% be certain of that. Not sure how we can be 100% certain of that. UEFA are in control of that.
Did you see
I came in 2000 to save Real Madrid, and I did. I saved the club. Yeah, they were so close to going on the verge of extinction without you. Kicking us out from this season's Champions League? Absolutely not. I guarantee it at 100%. I love it.
It's guaranteed.
I can't wait for Real Madrid to get kicked out, because I'd love to know his percentage on why that happened.
His confidence, so to be fair.
It's like when Donald Trump said. It's like when Trump said there was no such thing as COVID, and then he ended up getting COVID.
It's like when he said he didn't lose the election.
It's over. Their monopoly is over. It's time for a new era. Sevilla is one of the clubs that can enter a league. It will not be closed. We believe in what the clubs can offer, so they will fight to play in the competition. They can't kick us out of this season's Champions League. And that they can't kick us out from domestic leagues, totally impossible. It's not, because you're breaking the rule book, so therefore they can. UEFA believe their property, and they can do whatever they want with us, and they're wrong. With all due respect, we want to save football. We are here to make it so that the next 20 years, no club loses 200 million. The situation is tragic.
So we're going from one monopoly to another, basically.
T-Bass, you have to show respect. Manchester Barca is more attractive than Manchester versus a smaller team. We have not invited PSG. The Champions League is attractive only from the quarterfinals. Nobody cares about the games before. The UEFA president insulted Agnelli today, and that is unacceptable. That's in capital letters. It's ridiculous that the UEFA president can allow himself to insult the president of a huge European club. We don't need these types of people in football. Disrespectful and unacceptable. Without the Super League, football will die before 2024. Big and small clubs will die. Obviously, death for a lot of clubs. Big deaths.
Okay, I've got a theory. I've got a theory, guys. Perez is Donald Trump in disguise.
It is definitely.
Yeah, this is Trump's
Allegedly, I don't want to be sued by him.
Daniel saying still going. We'll be wrapping up shortly. We're just going through the Perez interview. Very entertaining.
I don't like this hate, Daniel. Do you not like us or something?
It's unacceptable.
We'll die. We want to start as soon as possible. We will talk to UEFA and FIFA, but they should not get angry. They know that. Yes, don't get angry, UEFA. They're only trying to literally screw you over, but it's fine. Just don't get angry. You know that. This change, we owe it to all the fans. Everything surrounding football will be improved with the Super League. VAR, referees, everything will be good. For the good, everything will change for the good. I'm presuming that VAR is going to have adverts, and referees are going to be carrying scoreboards, or advertising hoardings. They'll just have an ad attached to their back, so that'll be why it all improves.
You know in America how they have those guys in like a chicken suit? That's basically what the referee is going to be.
Yeah, that is going to be bad. Barcelona are going through a difficult economic situation. Laporta immediately understood and accepted, like all the great clubs in the world, this Super League will save the entire world of football. It wasn't difficult to convince.
It's like he's fighting world peace or something.
Yeah,
the ESL will save the entire world.
One of our clubs panicking and leave. One of our clubs panicking and leaving. No, they've already signed. We've been working on this project for 20 years now. We owe it to all the fans. We will hire some of the best referees in the world. There are none. We have not invited PSG. If Bayern refuses to join it, it won't cancel. Don't worry. Small club survival depend on us, and this will be good for them. If I had to, I would leave my post as Super League president for Laporta tomorrow. It's statistics. Teenagers are more interested in playing video games than in football these days, and we have to bring them back. I was chosen as president because of my experience and my delusional talking. I added the last bit, but I can imagine that that's true.
He said it in his head. He said it in his head.
I know. When he said that PSG were not invited, don't worry. Did he write that all in capitals?
He didn't, no.
Oh, no.
Some comments here. Daniel just finished work. Bobby, you should get hired as Perez's spokesperson. I'd love to. That would be entertaining.
Might get your dome off for us. Watch to beat referees.
That would be brilliant. Velvis ran cool. I'm just enjoying these late night streams. Yeah, we enjoy
it. We don't like Dan anymore. Dan could do one.
Dan's just finished work.
Go suck Perez off, you dickhead.
Brutal Sulz. Daniel, he's joking, by the way. I know LeBron James's salary because it's public, but I don't know why UEFA's president's salary. Why? The salary cap will be 55%. UEFA has to understand the football has changed. Talking to Javier Tebas, no. UEFA does not have a good image, though. It's history. Don't make me talk. You're doing a very good job of it so far.
I'm sold. I'm converted now. I'm sold.
We might have
to... about them having a bad image. I kind of get it, but
of course. But this guy's got a really great image.
Well, what I'd rather have someone who at least comes and doesn't seem like they're on acid trip. An organization that doesn't have a leader that's high on crack. And actually speak some sense. I don't agree with a lot of what they do.
Well, you'll like more. We have to make football matches shorter if it's not interesting.
Yeah.
If they want to wait for 2024 to make the reform, they can wait. We're not waiting for anyone. This isn't a battle for money. This is a battle for football. We're trying to save football, and some people don't care because it's not in their financial interest.
This is world peace.
Just revamp the rules.
We're saving world hunger, people. We are saving world hunger. You have to support us.
There are some
Revamp the rules
games.
of football. Make them win by knockout, or make it like WWE. Bring a steel chair onto the pitch and get
I'd actually be keen for that if I can play against Florentino.
Make it a cage match or something, or
Again, I agree with that. There are some games that I can't stand to watch. I can't stand to watch most of Real Madrid's games. There are some matches I can't say. Well, you've posted that twice. We can have a second division for Super League, for example. Us big clubs, will get a lot of money. Then we will distribute it to everyone. But first, we need the money.
Oh no! I've got a really important question. An important question that's not been answered yet. What shaped ball will they be using?
I presume it would be one of Perez's testicles. Marsa criticizing us. The owner of Marsa is the owner of Torino. Juventus rivals. Makes sense. Mbappe, I knew you'd bring that up. We're here to talk about the Super League. Signing Mbappe, be calm. That's all I have to say. Real Madrid needs to change. That's all I'm saying. We need the excitement back. I don't talk to Mbappe, at least not today. CR7 is not coming back. I love him, but it wouldn't make sense. Sergio Ramos, okay, I'm leaving. Vinicius isn't for sale. You can't buy him. You can't even touch him. Zidane is our best
FM, by the way. Actually, I did buy him on FM, you lying scumbag.
Zidane is our best manager ever. A legend. Zidane staying or leaving, you never know with him. I hope Messi continues at Barca. When Madrid and Barcelona play, the world stops. It's a luxury that we have here. When Manchester United and City play, that doesn't happen. I mean, it does.
But they're both in the Super League. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Will our first Super League championship be considered the 14th UCL? No. It will be considered the 15th because maybe the 14th is coming this year. I don't think so. Can I leave now? It's over. That was unreal. Yes, that was unreal. So I suppose apart from calling him a clown, what would you like to say about that? I thought it was moving. That interview was moving. I think what he's doing for world peace and hunger across the entire world is commendable. But does anyone have any ideas on what the president of this new Super League has been smoking tonight?
I was going to say.
I think he was drunk.
I've had the privilege of meeting two Nobel Peace Prize winners in the Dalai Lama and Malala Yousafzai, and I think really we should strip their Nobel Prizes because this just puts the Dalai Lama to shame. Mahatma Gandhi would be tossing and he wasn't buried, he was cremated, but he'd be tossing and turning if he was cremated. Martin Luther King would be tossing and turning. Mandela. Perez puts this man to shame.
Sulz, anything to add on Perez's speech of world peace?
I'm inspired. I'm literally crying here.
I can't believe it.
I'm so emotional right now.
Finally, someone has come out and tried to directly head on solve world peace, world hunger. Finally, but you know what? Actually, right? All he's done is hunger for himself, and he's solved world peace for himself. But in reality, you do know what the Spanish fans are like, right? They're gonna egg your house. They're gonna flower your house. They're probably gonna burn your house, mate, because you're.
But you don't get it. All the the Texans, who don't even know what soccer is all about. They're going to suddenly fall in love with the European Super League, and this is going to just solve gun crime in America.
Do you know the annoying thing? All right, so I don't know who watched it, right? Because I was a bit stupid too. I didn't pay for this. I don't even give a fuck. Come at me. I didn't pay for this shit. But the Jake Paul Askren fight, it was a con. I don't. If that's what the Super League is, oh my god, I am gonna kill myself, bro. That was
I predict, if the Super League goes ahead. Within 3 years, North and South Korea are going to reunite.
The people's president.
Bro, that was the hardest event of anything I've ever watched. I was like, how the flipping... If that's what happens, right, in the Super... Lord have
Lord
mercy
mercy
on my
on Paul.
soul. That's all I'm saying. Lord have mercy
Matt,
on my soul.
what do you make of Perez's stance on world peace and hunger?
The people's president. He knows nothing about football, and he's the president for literal league now. It doesn't make sense. He's saying that 20-year-olds, he doesn't know anything about this sport. He's president. It just
Yeah, I do
He's the
question
people's
his.
president. I mean the people's princess. Sorry.
Shaden, what do you make
No,
of
I was just to say I was heartbroken by the death of the Duke of Edinburgh. But now I've been consoled that we have a natural successor in Perez.
I'm sort of glad in a selfish way, because I know that the Duke of Edinburgh loved his football and loved the English game. I'm so glad he doesn't have to see what the fuck is going on now. I would hate for him and his last years or days.
I dare to think what he would have said, knowing his comments.
Well, yeah, he would have said something absolutely outrageous, probably
that
to
we
the
couldn't
BBC.
repeat.
Oh no, I would absolutely be repeating it. I love the Duke of Edinburgh. But Shaden, what do you make of your leader's new comments?
God. No, we've found someone who matches Lampard's IQ,
And can you explain these percentages?
Oh no, that's a bit harsh on Lampard. Lampard is a smart guy.
So, Shaden, can you explain what you put in the group chat? So you said percentage of ESL's supporters in Spain, Germany, Italy, England, France. 76% Spain, 72%.
I wanted a little bit of explanation to someone who understands this. I've got it from Twitter, and I wanted to understand, is it going to the fans, to the clubs, to the football associations? I didn't understand, so I just kept it there so that we can talk about it.
By the looks of that, apparently 59% of the UK supporters for the ESL, which I think is bullshit. Judging just from the Twitter reaction that I see, I don't see.
Yeah, I don't agree, because if you think about it, right? So Arsenal had a massive protest today outside of but the problem is, right? The reason why I kind of I don't know what those percentages are they for it? Are they for the ESL? Basically, is that what the percentages are?
I don't know. I just saw the thing in the chat.
Let's just say it's for the ESL. I actually don't think that bullshit, because, and I'll explain why. The problem that we have as English fan bases is every time there's a protest, or every time there's something that we should be standing against and protesting against, none of them turn up. None of them actually speak out against the stuff, and that's the problem. That's why I can't believe it, because like the owners, a lot of the fans are also bottle jobs. That's the reason why I'm not surprised by those figures.
Gentlemen, I'm going to call it a night. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, we're stopping now anyway, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we are going to be wrapping it up there. We've given you 4 hours and 11 minutes of beautiful content.
And that was fun.
And in the words of...
That's what you call fan service.
And in the words of Florentino Perez, we have saved your lives. We're saving YouTube, is what he would be saying. But no, in all seriousness, we will be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock, same time, reacting from what's happened in the day. I feel like we're just going to do weekly news at the moment, daily news at this moment, because fuck knows what's even going on. There will be no Let's Talk Tactics this week for obvious reasons. We're just going to be I think there's just going to be a lot of streams like this where we're just gathering a few of us around. I mean, today we had 9, but I suspect it will be less as days come by. And we're just going to be reacting to all the news that's coming through to the Super League and all of that. Tomorrow, obviously, we'll hear from the Premier League, and I believe UEFA are going to come out for what they're going to be doing regarding Champions League and Europa League. So we'll be reacting to them tomorrow, 9 p.m. tomorrow. That will be that. It will be replaced at the Arsenal show. There might not be any shows this week. There might be. I'm not sure. I can confirm there's probably not going to be an Arsenal show this week, though. Far too early in the week to be doing that. but yes, that's just been that really. Another tough day, another load of bullshit landed on our tables about the Super League.
Oh no, I'm sold. I'm sold. You know, if this is a mission for world peace, I'm sold. I'm going to devote myself to my new Lord and Savior, Florentino Perez, and you know, I'm going to go on a barefoot pilgrimage all the way to Madrid, and you know, bow down in front of him, kiss his feet, and we're going to change the world together.
Wow, unbelievable!
He's doing it for our children.
Yes, think of those poor children. But yes, we are going to end it there, guys. A big thanks to everyone that's been watching. That's 2 days with 2 4-hour streams. So again, we're saving YouTube. Who the fuck wants to listen to AFTV when you can join into Let's Talk Super League? I need a new logo. I need to talk to us. But Sulz, before I die of whatever I'm feeling at the moment, where can they find you?
Yes, you can find me, you know, presenting the new Super League. I've been approached as one of the fans who's, you know, and yes, mate, I'm going to be working with Gary Neville, lads. Come on. Yeah, you know what? That's why I love the Super League, because they want to hire people like myself. Obviously, Robbie said, you know, he's going to be the Arsenal spokesperson, you know, because they need to get the fans excited about this, man. Come on. You know, they want it's all
allegedly.
All about the fans, people. Yeah. You can find me at Gouda Souls. Obviously, Let's Talk. Well, not even Let's Talk. I'm going to be presenting the Super League because, yes, lads, we've got it. We finally got what we wanted. And obviously, you can follow me on Let's Debate Footy, which I will be updating people as the day goes on with all the board. Like I did tonight, obviously, I put basically all the main quotes and the diluted quotes all out. They release all the structure. That's all on Twitter as well, at Let's Debate Footy. I'm sure now we'll probably retweet some of the main ones, and obviously that will then kind of filter through the Let's Talk Premier League Twitter as well.
Yeah, big up Sulz. He'll most likely be here tomorrow. He seems to be on every stream. Anyway, actually it's the Arsenal show. Yeah, so Sulz will be here tomorrow, even though it won't be the Arsenal show. If he isn't there, then Matt will be approaching his door with a baseball bat. So he either comes quietly, or bodyguard Matt will be dealing with him. There's levels to this. We haven't got anyone in Kenya, so Shed End is safe. That is until I find another person from Kenya. But Professor, where can they find you?
Well, I'm the only Pokemon that's Professor of Cardiology at Oxford University, so just turn up to one of my lectures and we'll talk about Pokemon or football or heart surgery.
Pokemon.
Or you can just follow my. I don't really have a Twitch channel or anything, but I'm just new to this game, so who knows? Maybe if the fans want it, you know, maybe.
I mean, I do need a city representative for the Super League if you're interested.
Sure, no worries.
You have to devote yourself to the supreme leader of the New World Order.
The supreme master of the universe.
FYI, if this shit does happen, we will obviously cover it.
I mean, you know, in a way, you know, it's a good thing that my mom's no longer here to see this. You know, me ditching my faith and my culture to pledge my undying allegiance to Florentino Perez and his mission for world peace and bringing stability to the universe.
Fucking love it. Neville, in 2021, I'd rather watch Champions of San Marino than those two, Spurs and Arsenal. Neville 22, I believe the European Super League has plenty to offer despite being skeptical at first. I'm happy to be part of the punditry team here for the European Super League. Obviously untrue. I think Neville would rather drink vomit than be a part of that. But Matt, where can they find you?
Actually nowhere at the minute because my account's fucked. I can only use DMs, so yeah, only for 7 days. I can only use DMs, it's fucked. But after 7 days, MSD 692 on Twitter.
Excellent. And Shed End, where can they find you?
As always, they can find me here every time there is a Chelsea match. But tomorrow, I don't think there is a reaction video to tomorrow's match. So
who the fuck are you playing?
a Chelsea match, and anything that
Who are you
talks
playing
about
tomorrow?
Chelsea or UEFA Super League. I'm not sure. I'll confirm.
Are you sure
I
about
don't
that?
think there will be a match reaction, to be brutally honest with you. I think we're doing another Super League stream. So
It's Wednesday,
yeah.
your match, I think.
So
Bruno,
okay.
apparently today put dreams can't be, and then in brackets bought. So he's kind of already hinted out at.
Who? What, Bruno?
Yeah,
Bruno.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
done
yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
it says dreams can't be bought.
Yeah, no, I saw that. But yeah, Shadow, where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitter at Shed2, on Instagram at the Shed End. I have another Twitter account at Official Slime, and yeah, YouTube is the Shed End, and I'll be refereeing the first match of the UEFA Super Cup. That will be between Manchester United and Real Madrid in August 4th. So yeah, you can find me on the pitch. I'll be the ref.
You can find me at the Super
Joey.
Cup or Super League Parade next season. When we win it.
Joe is saying Chelsea London Blue versus Brighton, by the way. Yeah, we won't be covering that. We'll be doing another Europa. We'll be talking European Super League because obviously the news about the Premier League will filter out tomorrow. So we'll be able to react to that. Hopefully they get kicked out for life and have to pay lots and lots of money. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, I just want to make one last plea to everybody. Not only write to your MPs, but also all of you write to the Nobel Committee and encourage them to give the Nobel Peace Prize to Florentino Perez, if not Kim Jong-un. But it's going to be a tussle between the two of them.
I'll even add Gaddafi. I'll add the likes of Donald Trump. Whilst we're right, why not just give it?
Yeah, I mean they can create this new league of peacemakers: Donald Trump, Kim Jong-un, Vladimir Putin, Boris Johnson, Florentino Perez, Nigel Farage. Mike Pence. The world will be a better place.
Not like the statements haven't caused an uproar and actually divided more fans than brought fans together. No.
They've united us all. It's like
oh my god, yeah.
It's like when Emperor Palpatine, he was misunderstood. He wanted peace in the whole galaxy, and he brought peace to the entire galaxy. So this is Perez's mission. He's united us all in anger against football.
Yeah, us Arsenal fans were Arteta in and Arteta out. Now we're like, you know what? We love Arsenal fans. No divide, no opinions, no toxicity. It's all gone.
This is how you end world hunger. This is how you end all wars. This is how you end racism. This is how you end homophobia. This is how you end sexism. Florentino Perez is the man.
Right, and you can find me at null_PAFC. I'll be here tomorrow hosting. I hope it's not another bloody 4-hour one, but you never know with this news. That's 2 4-hour ones in a row now.
We want to host the podcast for the Super League, the official Super League, because we do need hosts.
Yeah, sure, why not? I can slag them. Can I slag them off?
No. You have to obviously, like it.
And I'm going to host a new Florentino Perez channel.
I'll be unbiased, and I'll call you all Merseyside Blue. But you can find me at null_PAFC and hosting another show tomorrow night, reacting to obviously the statements that I'm sure we'll get from the Premier League tomorrow. God knows who will be there. Sulz will be there. I'll see if Luke can get there. Make it as much Arsenal as possible. Well, panel. There'll be fuck it. We'll get Sulz and Luke there, and we'll see who else is available in the world of football. But yes, until then, thanks for watching. Go check out our YouTube, Twitter at Let's Talk EPL, and our Instagram Let's Talk EPL _. Go join our Go join our Discord. This is how much I've been talking for the past 2 days. The words are not coming out. Go join our Discord server where we'll be bringing you the latest news. As Sulz said, I will be retweeting his tweets that he said from the Perez interview. Also check out our Twitter because I'll be giving you updates when we get them regarding what the Premier League is doing with scumbags. As I said earlier, 14 teams will be having a discussion about this tomorrow morning, and we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. for another basically news show. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll catch you